Good morning, honorable members. Honorable members, good morning. I want to inform you that the Right Honorable Speaker has an engagement this morning, very important engagement. So he will not be able to preside the morning session, but he will be around for the afternoon session. Now, under these circumstances, then we need to go to our rules of procedure. Rule 10, sub-rule 3, provides that a sitting of the House is duly constituted when it is presided over by the Speaker or such other members may be elected under Article 56 of the treaty and in accordance with Annex 3 of these rules. I know we know how our members Article 56, so we will go to invoke Annex 3 for rules of procedure. Annex 3 is on page 64, which guides on how the House can elect a member to preside over the sitting of the Assembly in the absence of the Speaker. Now, members, I want to read the rules, Annex 3, number 1 to 9. Number 1 says, the clerk shall preside in the election of a member to preside in the Assembly in the absence of the Speaker. The sitting shall be informal, but in the chamber of the House. We are in the chamber now. Number 2, the nomination for candidates to elect a member to preside in the Assembly shall be done on the floor of the House. Number 3, the member wishing to propose a name for a person to preside shall raise in or her place, and upon catching the eye of the person presiding shall state that I wish to propose that Honorable Desh to take the chair and to preside in the Assembly for today's sitting and subsequent sittings until such time as the Speaker may be present. The proposer shall be seconded, and if the member proposed consents to the nomination, he or she shall be deemed to be duly elected. Number 4, if more than one member has been duly nominated, the presiding officer shall call for a vote by show of hands. The member scoring the highest number of votes shall be declared elected and conducted to the chair of the Speaker. If only one member is nominated, he or she shall be declared elected and conducted to the chair of the Speaker. Number 6, the member elected would then make extempore and brief remarks expressing gratitude for having been elected and submitting himself or herself to the will of the House, the supremacy of the rules of procedure, the rules of the House, and laying claims to the privileges of the Assembly and the members. Number 7, the member elected would make a short adjournment and would lead a procession to the office of the Speaker for the Assembly. Number 8, the Speaker's procession would then return to the House for continuation of the rest of the business. Number 9, during the debate in the House thereafter, all members shall refer to the member elected as Mr. or Madam Speaker. Honorable members, now I would request that we go to rule number 3, Annex 3, number 3 for nomination. Yes, Honorable Leontine. Honorable Aden is proposed by Honorable Leontine. Now I seek for seconders. Okay. I see almost the whole house is seconding. Then we would ask Honorable Abdulkadir if he's willing to take.
Mr. Clark, I have been ambushed, but I have no objection. I will take the responsibility.
Okay, so Honorable Aden is duly nominated. Is there any other nomination?
No, closed.
Honorable members, I don't see any other nomination. Therefore, I want to declare that Honorable Aden Abdulkadir has been elected as presiding person to preside today's sittings and other sittings until when the speaker will be around. Congratulations, Honorable Aden. Now I request you to take the floor, take the chair.
Honorable members, I would like to take this opportunity to express my profound appreciation to you to have elected me to this high office, albeit for a few days. I feel greatly honored and proud for the confidence and trust you have expressed on me. I submit myself to the will of the House, the supremacy of the rules of the House, and lay claim to the privileges of the Assembly and members. In accepting this opportunity, I would like to confirm that I will uphold the dignity of this House at all times and that I will apply the rules of the House without fear or favor as I seek to promote the good image of the Assembly. With those few remarks, honorable members, I submit my will to the House. Thank you. I am now guided that the next thing is for me to briefly adjourn the House and then as we re-enter again the chamber. So the House is briefly adjourned for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Prayer.
Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of leaders in parliament for the welfare of society, good of all human lives upon it, and the just government of its people. We beseech you to look with your abundant favor upon us, your servants, whom you have entrusted with the performance of such an important trust in this community. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled. Grant that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our attention and deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this region and of those whose interests you have committed to us. Amen.
Item number 1 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Thank you, honorable members. Not much communication from the chair at this point in time. I think I will make any such communications as might be necessary. But thank you once again for entrusting me with this opportunity. Thank you.
Item number 2 on the order paper, report of the Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution on the implementation of the EAC Peace and Security Strategy. By way of motion, resumption of business interrupted in 12th October 2021.
Honorable members, as you will remember, the debate was on this particular motion was disrupted as the chair of the committee had started reading the report last time. I now wish to call upon the chair to proceed reading the report. Members will debate and then we will follow the normal procedures. So Honorable Ambassador Fatuma Dangiza, please proceed to reading the report.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. At the outset, I would like to start by congratulating you upon assuming this seat and then proceed to read the report. You recall, honorable members, that when the business of the Assembly was disrupted because of important duties that the Speaker was attending to, I had reached page 16. I hope you all have the report. But for purposes of refreshing our mind, allow me to start with page 15 on M, piracy and maritime security. Right Honorable Speaker, maritime insecurity remains a major challenge in the Western Indian Ocean. The region continues to suffer from a wide range of myriad issues taking place off the coast of Somalia. That is not only piracy, but illegal fishing, arms and human trafficking, which continue to challenge the region. In order to ameliorate that, EAC has been jointly implementing an inter-reg project with EAC, IGAD, IOC, and COMESA. The project is called Maritime Security Mass Project under European Union funding. Although piracy has significantly reduced on Indian Ocean through this project, a number of activities have been initiated and include the following: joint training of investigators, prosecutors, and judiciary in prosecution of piracy and other crimes linked to maritime domain. Training of investigators, 150 investigative officers were trained between 2018 to 2019. These were trained in conjunction with Interpol Lyon, France. Trainings were of 3 categories, namely general investigations, forensic investigations, and criminal analysis. Training of forensic investigators from partner states in Brindisi, Italy, and in Turkey on critical ballistics investigations. Secondment and attachment of forensic experts to the Mauritius Center of Excellence in Forensics. Benchmark of EAC experts in prisons and correctional services, prisons and correctional chiefs, plus secondment and attachment of prisons and correctional experts to the Mauritius Prisons and Correction Center of Excellence. The committee observed that although the vice has largely reduced, it is important to keep the waters of the Western Indian Ocean safe. The threat of increased piracy in the region affects and disrupts trade. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council to continue collaboration between EAC, IGAD, IOC, and COMESA to ensure that the threats of piracy do not arise again. Cooperation should also extend to Indian Commission countries. Roman II frontline countries or coastal countries, Kenya and Tanzania, to upgrade their legal and correctional system to be able to deal with cases of maritime nature. The third observation is that partner states, so the third recommendation is partner states ensure that the responsible sectors in maritime law enforcement build capacity, not only to contain the piracy, but also to address the challenges associated with the maritime domains. And enhance measures to combat human trafficking, illegal migration, and smuggling of migrants in the region. Eastern Africa is situated in a conflict-prone region with the threat of emerging new violent conflicts remaining high. The region is home to one of the most insecure countries in the world, such as Somalia, and it borders various conflict-torn states. The border regions between Ethiopia and Eritrea remain volatile, and the Lord Resistance Army, LRA, in the DRC of Congo is still active. As a result of these wars and violent conflicts, refugee camps are prevalent throughout the region, and the spread of fear and violence by militias, gangs, and armed pastoralists are of ever-present concern. There is a persistent threat that Eastern Africa will spiral into a vicious cycle. Through the African Peace and Security Architecture APSA, Support EAC developed a program with the following activities, which were designed to address the emerging security challenges within the region. Joint trainings of investigative experts in countering trafficking in human beings and aquatic trafficking have been conducted. The training focused on investigations, prevention and awareness raising, victim protection and assistance, legislation, policy development, and law enforcement, cooperation and coordination. Developed standard operating procedures on combating and management of human trafficking, illegal migration and smuggling of migrants for law enforcement. This is due for production in 2021. Plans are underway to integrate judiciary or prosecution in the joint rotational joint trainings comprising police, customs, and immigration. Through the EAC police chiefs, recommendations to the EAC sectoral Council of Ministers on Interstate Security directed partner states to establish designated units and create multidisciplinary committees to deal with human trafficking. Implemented the Eastern Africa Police Chiefs Cooperation Organization, EAPCO, action plan on combating human trafficking and integrated the Ouagadougou action plan in partner states interventions. Conducted regular and timely exchange of intelligence information that contributes to joint and or simultaneous operations on human trafficking syndicates. Established and strengthened national human trafficking desks in the national police forces or services, and report back to sectoral council on interstate security. Utilized youth ambassadors and the EAC Interreligious Council to complement information on education and communication strategies of combating trafficking. Developed and strengthened partner states' national laws on countering human trafficking. Assessment, identification, and establishment of the policing centers of excellence to enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of policing in all the 5 partner states. In all the partner states, 17 policing centers of excellence have been established in 5 partner states. In addition, plans are underway to assess the Republic of South Sudan for the establishment of the center in the Republic of South Sudan. These centers are tasked to take a lead within their areas of specialty through research, innovation, and dissemination, publication, technical skills development through training, standardization, accreditation, and certification of experts. They are also required to provide a pool of expertise in areas of professionalism and competence. Projects and programs implemented by the peace and security that are currently supporting the implementation of the regional strategy. The committee was informed that the following projects and programs implemented are currently supporting the implementation of the regional strategy. A, the Continental African Peace and Security Architecture, APSA, support program funded by the European Union, Brussels through the African Union in Addis Ababa. This project has been central to commencement and establishment of the Department of Peace and Security in the EAC, and supported by all development and production of all illegal instruments, mechanisms, frameworks, training, and institutional capacities in EAC from 2008 to date. EAC Joint Response on Transnational and Cross-Border Threats project, supported through European Union delegation in Dar es Salaam. Through the EDF 11 funding, this project is targeted to, among others, support regionalization and collective utilization of ballistics facility at the Regional Forensic Referral Center, and 2, support maritime security to Mwanza Center of Excellence on Maritime Policing. Establish common standards for the management of refugees. There is a thematic intervention by the National Heads of Refugee Agencies who meet twice in a year to deliberate on refugee issues and harmonization of interventions under this subsector. The committee was informed that the draft regional refugee management policy exists, and initiatives towards harmonization of refugee treatment, travel documents, and access to services and employment in the host country are in the process of finalization. However, the committee observed that there has been a delay in the finalization of a regional refugee management policy that would harmonize refugee management in the EAC partner states. Establish measures to combat cattle rustling. Cattle rustling continue to threaten human security throughout EAC, but countries affected have in most cases been conducting national rather than regional initiatives to combat the problem. In order to alleviate that, a protocol to combat cattle rustling was entered into and came into force in 2013. The implementation of initiatives under this protocol and all related interventions are premised in the YAP-COMIFUGO protocol on countering cattle rustling. The protocol was signed by the wider IAPCO countries, and regional initiatives are domiciled in this protocol. Prevent, control, and eradicate motor vehicle theft in East African Community partner states. This crime remains silent both within the partner states and across the borders. Others are vehicles stolen in Europe and sold in the EAC region. Most vehicles are stolen and just sold across the border within the EAC partner states, while others go to non-EAC partner states neighbors. Others are stolen, dismantled, and sold as spare parts. This is being handled through a joint effort at the chiefs of police regional meetings level, where registrars of motor vehicles are members of this thematic meeting. The committee was informed that Council has so far made directives on control, monitor, and reduction of dealership in motor vehicle spare parts. The Council has also endorsed the joint procurement and use of the IAPCO motor vehicle clearing certificate to eradicate this crime. Through Interpol National Central Bureau, partner states continue to monitor and facilitate clearance of newly imported vehicles to try to stamp out this vice. Joint trainings of frontline border officers from the government agencies have also been undertaken in conjunction with the Regional Bureau of Interpol, cooperation with other organizations. In order to ensure a peaceful and conducive environment, partner states have undertaken the following initiatives with the regional and continental organizations. A regional cooperation in this sector includes police, defense, intelligence, immigration, judiciary, public prosecution, and customs or revenue authorities. The EAC continues to work with other regional security sector stakeholders who have a responsibility and mandate on the EAC region. These include the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA, the Southern African Development Community, SADC, International Conference on Great Lakes Region, ICGLR, Eastern and Southern Anti-Money Laundering Group, ESAMALGA, and the Regional Center on Small Arms based in Nairobi, REXA. The Eastern Africa Police Chiefs, Cooperation Organization, IAPCO, Interpol, Regional Bureau, among others, continental and international cooperation. Through the African Peace Facility, the sector has been working with the African Union continentally and with all the regional economic communities and regional mechanisms, whose cooperation is based on the 2008 MOU on cooperation between AUC and other RECs and regional mechanisms. Further cooperation is with the Interpol Lyon in France and Institute of Security Studies, the African Center for Strategic Studies, the Continental Early Warning System, the European Union, GIZ, Bramshill Police Academy, UK, and other diplomatic missions accredited to the United Republic of Tanzania. Observations and recommendations, operational and human resource challenges. The committee was informed that one of the key challenges faced by the department relate to the human resources function. With its critical mandate, the entire department is understaffed with only 4 staff members that handle huge mandate of peace and security docket. The staff are too thin on the ground and overstretched. For the mandate of this department to be achieved, the staffing challenges need to be addressed. Noteworthy is the fact that critical programs and projects geared towards peace and security largely depend on donor funding. Mindful of the importance and sensitive nature of the peace and security sector, the committee notes that partner states are not providing adequate funding to the peace and security programs. This critical sector that guarantees the social, political, and economic development of the EAC is relegated to donor funding. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to explore avenues of increasing funding of the Peace and Security Department, human trafficking, illegal migration, and smuggling of migrants in the region. The committee observed that over the past decade, human trafficking has become one of the major concerns of the international community and one of the most profitable activities of organized criminal groups worldwide. Like many other forms of criminal activity, the vice takes advantage of conflicts, humanitarian disasters, and vulnerability of people in situations of crisis. Men, women, and children are abducted and sold for sexual exploitation and forced labor. For instance, according to the Institute for Security Studies report, which was published on the 30th July 2020, 96 Ugandan women, mostly children and youth, were stopped at Nairobi's International Airport in January 2020, en route to the United Arab Emirates for work opportunities. The girls who lacked proper employment papers were victims of a well-established human trafficking ring in East Africa, based in Kenya, operating under the guise of employment agencies. The prevention and eradication of the EAC anti-trafficking in persons bills 2016, which had been developed by Honorable Dora Biamkama to address this evil practice, was passed by the Assembly, but not yet assented to. Furthermore, Council had directed EAC partner states to develop guidelines to regulate employment companies for jobs abroad. However, this has not been realized. The committee notes that if no urgent measures are undertaken, the problem is likely to exacerbate. Going forward, the committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to ensure that the process of assent of the EAC and trafficking in persons Bill 2016 is expedited. Partner states incorporate counter-trafficking policies into their national legislation. That partner states develop guidelines to regulate employment companies for jobs abroad, and also enhance cooperation among partner states and negotiate diplomatic cooperation agreements with destination countries of trafficking for purposes of tracing the trafficked victims. Motor vehicle theft in East African Community partner states. As earlier reported, ruthless syndicates involving organized criminals stealing cars is on a rise in the East Africa. Although the crime remains silent, recent reports do indicate that the problem is sophisticated and rampant than previous thought. The EAC region, according to recent reports, do indicate a rise in this crime, both within and outside the partner states. The committee further observed that other vehicles are stolen from Europe and sold in the EAC region. In addition, it emerged that cross-border car theft operating across partner states have exploited the porous borders used by the traffickers of illegal immigrants from the Horn of Africa to pass the stolen cars. Concerned and confronted with this challenge, the committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to ensure that the security agencies and Interpol enhance cooperation in exchange for crime intelligence, restitution of stolen vehicles, and extradition of prime suspects. 2, establish a regional shared database that allows for a common search. This will make it easier to trace stolen vehicles once they are in another country or countries. 3, emulate the best practices being undertaken by some partner states like Rwanda, which has already begun checking with Interpol records before importing cars. 6.4, combating cattle rustling. Over the past decade, the problem of cattle rustling has continued to dominate much of the discourse on human security in many parts of Eastern Africa. The protocol for the prevention, combating and eradication of cattle rustling in Eastern Africa, 2007, promises a sustainable approach to this old age problem. Cattle rustling is no longer a traditional practice among East Africans' nomadic communities. It has become a commercial and increasingly violent enterprise run by criminal networks across communal and international borders and involving various perpetrators. It is against this background that East Africa's police chiefs signed the Mifugo Protocol aimed at preventing and combating cattle rustling and offers ways to manage this complex threat. The protocol was signed by the region police chiefs in October 2007. The committee observed that despite these efforts at combating this crime, the problem has remained prevalent in the pastoral communities in northeastern Uganda and areas of Kenya in the Turkana Pokot regions. Proliferation of small arms and light weapons in the region have exacerbated it. With this challenge remaining outstanding over a long period of time, the committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to ensure that EAC partner states where this problem is prevalent establishes strong partnership between the local communities and the security agencies and challenges, that public sensitization campaigns are promoted to galvanize and raise awareness among the local communities about the dangers and severe effects caused by cattle rustling. These campaigns should adopt a multi-sectoral approach involving the civil society, non-governmental organizations, the media, and religious-based organizations. 6.5, management of refugees. The Eastern Horn of Africa had the largest number of refugees globally in 2012, Uganda being the largest refugee hosting country in Africa, and with over 1 million refugees, most of them from Republic of South Sudan, Burundi, Somalia, Kenya, Sudan, and Ethiopia and Democratic Republic of Congo. As of March 2013, there are over 9 million refugees and internally displaced persons in the region. Armed conflicts, political, economic, and food crisis continue to force people to flee, resulting in a growing need for assistance. EAC is developing a regional refugee management policy to harmonize refugee treatment and travel documents and access to services and employment in the host country. However, this process has taken long and continues to be met by legal, financial, and bureaucratic challenges. Noting and aware of the ongoing crisis, the committee recommends to the Assembly to urge Council of Ministers to ensure that the process of finalization of the EAC refugee management policy is fast-tracked and effectively harmonized management of refugees in the region. 6.6, financing of EAC Peace Fund. EAC Peace and Security Department is heavily reliant on development partners for funding of its governance, peace and security program, under which the conflict prevention work is undertaken. Among its major funders are German Cooperation Agency, GIZ, African Union, European Union, just to mention but a few. The committee was informed that the Council allocated an initial seed fund of $500,000 US to facilitate the Peace and Security Department, and further directed that the funding should grow incrementally. A 0% annual increase is an arbitrary figure, not based on the level and rate at which EAC activities are increasing as integration depends. Over 85% of the budget of the peace and security is externally funded, which raises a lot of concern regarding the sustainability and ownership of this key sector. Prior to the allocation of the seed fund, the department was fully funded by donors, including the wage bill for the staff. But despite the council directive, it has not been implemented. The committee observation, whereas the committee appreciates funding from development partners towards peace and security program, the committee is concerned that over-dependence on donor funds is unpredictable and not sustainable in case of donor withdrawal. There is need to explore other alternative funding options, including benchmarking from AU experience to finance the EAC Peace Fund. The above challenges notwithstanding, committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to fast track the finalization of the alternative funding mechanism and consider borrowing a leaf from the AU model financing peace and security programs. In the considered opinion of the committee, donor support should complement community efforts. 6.7, human resource component. The committee was informed that all the 3 departments are faced with human resource challenges. It is worth noting that under the Department of Peace and Security, all the 5 professional staff officers, plus 2 drivers and 1 administrative assistant, including the EAC liaison office to the AU and EU, have been project funded right from 2008 to June 2018 under APSA project. Given the inventory of programs and activities in this peace and security, addressing the human resource gaps is an urgent imperative. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to urgently recruit requisite staff in the Peace and Security Department. There is need to recruit professionals, including those engaged in research, conflict analysis, and documentation of best practices. 6.8, EAC draft protocol on good governance. The committee observed that good governance is a cornerstone of EAC integration and regional prosperity and stability, and for the region to attain the vision of a secure, peaceful, and politically united East Africa. It is imperative that it embraces good governance. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to ensure that as a matter of priority, the adoption of the protocol on good governance is expedited to address the issue of good governance challenges affecting the region. 6.9, the EAC Disaster Risk Reduction Management Bill 2013. Moved as a private member's bill, the EAC Disaster Risk Reduction Management Bill 2013 was initiated by Honorable Patricia Hajabakiga, a former EALA member from Republic of Rwanda. The bill sought to provide a legal framework for intervention for people affected by climate change and natural disasters, and to protect the natural environment through integration of the comprehensive disaster risk reduction and practices of the community. It is anchored on Article 112 of the treaty. The committee observation. The East African region is prone to natural hazards such as floods, droughts, earthquakes, landslides, strong winds, lightning, and their secondary impacts of diseases and epidemics. Drought, floods, landslides, and epidemics are the most frequent. The region is equally prone to man-made disasters, such as urban fires and water pollution. The committee notes that disaster patterns and trends know no borders and are not limited in geographical scope and boundaries. Thus, the urgency and necessity of the enabling law. The absence of a disaster management bill will not only delimit years to respond to disasters in a collective and unified manner, but will limit collective efforts aimed at galvanizing resources and other endeavors aimed at mitigating the risks. The committee recommendation. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to urgently address the issues which were raised in the bill such that it is resubmitted to Summit for assent. 6.10, the EAC Protocol on Illicit Drug Trafficking, signed on 13th January 2001 by partner states. The protocol aims at eliminating the production of the use of illicit drugs trafficking through cooperation with among enforcement agencies. The committee was informed that a council directed for the review and development of stringent specific laws on narcotic trafficking, while calling for harmonization of laws to streamline operations, investigations, and eventual prosecution of criminals. Since this council directive, the committee was informed that with regard to legislation, all partner states have reviewed their legislation on illicit drugs trafficking. This is intended to strengthen them and make them deterrent and punitive. For instance, the Republic of Uganda revised the drug trafficking laws to provide for heavy penalties and long jail terms for offenders. Furthermore, it has established specific courts for trying the offenders for purposes of expediting the trials. In the Republic of Burundi, the penal code was updated and a new law is in place to fight drug-related crimes. The Republic of Rwanda also upgraded the legislation in 2014, as well as the United Republic of Tanzania in 2017, Republic of Kenya in 2020, and the Republic of South Sudan, respectively. Investigation. All partner states appointed specific officers to handle drug and human trafficking cases. Joint training for drug and human trafficking cases have also been conducted. The training has involved the customs and immigration officers, since they have a role to play. The committee observed that despite the above endeavors, according to the report published on June 30th, 2018, by the African Center for Strategic Studies, East Africa continues to be a key gateway for drug consumer and production markets across the globe. The report highlighted that incidents of drug activity in East Africa were highest in 2014 and 2015. It further noted that compared to West Africa, East Africa was less monitored and has a long and unpatrolled coastline, making it ideal for traffickers. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to continuously reinvigorate, adopt, develop new policies, laws, and other special measures aimed at combating and curbing the drug trafficking. 6.11, cooperation in police matters and correctional services. This is one of the most critical, albeit very important strategy of peace and security strategy. In order to operationalize the strategy, the EAC Secretariat rolled out joint training programs, social interaction, enhanced border surveillance and joint operations, and collective use of scientific crime management assets, among others, in the quest to enhance the fight against criminals and deny them safe havens in the EAC region. A rotational police liaison office led by the senior police officer, seconded from a partner state, has been established at the EAC Secretariat to coordinate police matters. With the coordination of EAC, joint trainings of prisons, correctional services with the support of Raoul Wallenberg Institute of Sweden are being undertaken. These programs have also been incorporated in the peace and security strategy. The implementation of the strategic plan is also underway. Noting the above milestone, the committee applauds the Council and the partner states for this initiative. The committee, however, recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to ensure that it strengthens efforts and cooperation by the police or prisons chiefs to ensure that synergies and benefits accruing from these initiatives are enjoyed by the people of East Africa and contribute to making East Africa a better and secure community. 7.0 conclusion. The report focused on the extent EAC has implemented the peace and security strategy and challenges faced during the implementation. The report has further observed that although the programs put in place have very clear objectives, they have remained underfunded and understaffed. Commendable efforts have been made towards implementation of the strategy, and the Council of Ministers should enhance funding this sector. 8.0 acknowledgements. The Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution wishes to thank the Right Honorable Speaker and the Office of the Clerk for facilitating it to carry out its oversight function. The committee further appreciates the excellent facilitation provided by Didakas Kaguta, the peace and security expert. The committee hopes that the findings and recommendations contained in this report will greatly enhance the peace and security sector in the region. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma Dambisa, for that very good report. Now we will have an opportunity for members to debate this particular motion. So, and I wish to welcome the council member from Burundi, the Honorable Nibigira, for your time. Honorable members, the floor is open for debate. Okay. I will pick the first round. Honorable Dr. Oburu, Honorable Dr. Rijema, Honorable and Honorable, followed by Honorable, after can you Honorable, and then Honorable is taken, Jean-Claude, and Honorable Dr. Ward. In that order, please. Dr. Oburu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate you for having been elected to this position to serve us for this morning. And I thank members for doing that. This is an honor to us also as Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, I cannot overemphasize the importance of security in our region. Security is of such importance that development cannot be perceived. You cannot imagine development in any country without proper security. And we cannot sleep and be comfortable when our neighbors are having insecurity in their own countries. Like for instance, the insecurity and the turmoil in Somalia, which has persisted for many years, is of a very, very great concern to us as a country, as Kenya, but as a region as a whole. It affects the insecurity there is a very, very disturbing phenomena which actually disturbs the whole region. Recently, Mr. Speaker, we were very sad to note that in our neighboring countries, in one of our partner states, in Uganda, there was an attack by terrorists. And this is a very, very serious issue, Mr. Speaker, because if you look at our borders and also maybe the origins of such disasters, is because there is exacerbation of some security elements in the neighboring country, DRC, which then affects Uganda and then affects Rwanda, affects Kenya, and affects all of us. All of us will feel very, very insecure when such incidences happen. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the countries which have taken steps to do joint operations, to do joint exercises like Kenya and Uganda have been doing to try to cooperate in their security of borders, because particularly what we call cat rustling is one of the very, very serious issues which affect our region. But Mr. Speaker, the one very, very important thing which the chair has just mentioned, and which should be of concern to all of us, and which this council should take very seriously, is that the security operations in our countries, the joint security operations between our countries, is funded from outside our country. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious issue which should be looked at, because if you look at, if you consider the fact that donors or development partners, when they come with the ideas of funding, they come with the funding with certain conditionalities. And those conditionalities can, when they have achieved their aims, they can withdraw and stop the funding. And therefore, funding from the partner states is not sustainable. And yet security is a permanent feature in our midst, and we cannot leave such important aspect of our livelihoods to in the hands of foreigners. So I think the recommendation which has been made by the committee to the council to consider funding security matters internally is a very, very important recommendation, which I hope will be taken seriously. And we shall do what is necessary to correct this. Mr. Speaker, I want to admit that I'm a member of this committee, and I would not like to take a lot of time, which we should allow other members who are not members of the committee to discuss. So with those few remarks, Madam Chair, congratulations, and thank you once again, Mr. Speaker, for your election.
Thank you, Dr. Oburu, for that very good contribution. Next is Dr. Celestine Rujama. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Let me add my voice to the voice of my friend and congratulate you for being elected in the high seat of the August Assembly. When I see you in front of me, you deserve it. I wish you, even in the future, as you have perhaps for EALA 5, it can be possible. Right, Honorable Speaker, I am a member of this committee, General Affairs and Conflict Resolution. And I want to thank the chair, the able chair, for reading eloquently this report, a report very well done by my colleague member of Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution. It is a good report. When I compare this report with the report of a county committee when they are scrutinizing numbers. This report also is very, very important, the Speaker. It is not so easy to come up with some good recommendation and some good key point that can be guide us in matter of peace and security. But right to the Speaker, I wanted to express my disappointment. This report is an important report concerning peace and security. Unfortunately, when I see where the ministers they have to sit, we got the opportunity to get now the member of the council from Burundi. But all these matters we have to discuss. The implementation is not from us, from the chair council, the partner states and respective countries. When we are talking about this, and we are talking among ourselves as the MPs, without the presence of the Council of Ministers, the member of the council, even the SG, even the CTC, it is very disappointing, Honourable Speaker. We have to give importance to this report. We have to know that without security, without peace and security, we cannot really achieve any kind of development. We cannot do whatever we can expect to do. I thank the member of the council present because I was really feeling bad. I was very disappointed. Right, Honourable Speaker, this report in itself, as I was saying, it has enough element to understand it, to go through it, and to be able to get key points and to understand better. As a member of regional, I will not take longer to let my colleague also to have the floor. I will focus on three things. Mainly on a challenge by highlighting the lack of political will. Lack of political will, you know, our region is now beginning to become big. And if we don't really be strong enough and get enough cohesion within us, it will be very dangerous in the next future. My colleague, Dr. Oburu, was saying about what happened in Uganda. Yes, what happened in Uganda can happen in any other part of the state. If we are not really together developing a certain cohesion and developing some mechanism to intervene, it will be very dangerous. These don't ask the the political will of each part of the state to understand each other and to be able to participate and to intervene when it is necessary, while one or another part of the state get any kind of problem. Secondly, right, Honourable Speaker, on a challenge also, I want to talk about weak infrastructure. Sometimes the problem we get is because we have weak infrastructure. This also, it asks us to develop in our budget, national budget, to accord priorities to infrastructure, to see how to develop infrastructure, because there are some infrastructure related to the peace and the security matters. And then if it is harmonized within the region, we can go far. Right, Honorable Speaker, the third one had been said also by my colleague next to me, Honorable Dr. Oburu Ojinga. It is inadequate funding. This is absolutely incomprehensible, because when you are expecting to get your security or peace from donors funding, we cannot, because they will be orienting us in such domain that is not really giving us what we need, what we want. When we are saying that is what we ask to the Council of Ministers to see how they can develop some mechanism for alternative funding. And then we can be able to say, we can really protect ourselves, we can protect our country, can protect our citizens. Without that, we are not going very far. Right, Honorable Speaker, let me end up with a small details. Given on the foregoing observation, it is plausible that COVID-19 has to be discussed in the context of economic growth, peace and security, humanitarian action, even justice, crime and terrorism prevention. Because with COVID-19, we have now some data change, and the whole world is suffering differently as it was getting before the COVID pandemic. I think I can even ask to the chair of the committee to see how to make a small amendment considering the period with COVID-19 pandemic on this report. Right, Honorable Speaker, I support this report. It is good, it is clear, it is very important for us. Again, my disappointment not to have the ministers who are really members of the August Assembly to follow this recommendation, to follow this report. As it is really the main important within our region for our citizens. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jama. Honorable Victor Bruquet, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the floor. And first of all, I would like to congratulate you upon your election to preside the proceedings of this August House today. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I'd like to thank the Committee on Regional Affairs and its able leadership of Ambassador Fatuma Dangiza, Honorable, for a good report. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to declare that I'm a member of this Committee on Regional Affairs, and I will be very brief to allow other members to contribute. I raise, Right Honorable Speaker, to support this report, which is actually my report as a member of the committee, but also I have some comments and consideration. My first point will be about the socioeconomic aspects of the peace and security matter. As we all know, peace and security is a prerequisite for socioeconomic development, and it is even well stated in the Treaty for the Establishment of East African Community as one of the objectives of this community. Therefore, efforts are needed to maintain and sustain this domain of paramount importance. These last days, Right Honorable Speaker, peace and security is highly threatened in many of our partner states, as said previous speakers. I will give some few examples to illustrate my points. The first case will be the Republic of Burundi, where I am originating from. In this country, jobless and hopeless youth are joining negative forces that are troubling security and killing innocent and peaceful citizens since 2015. This status of situation was aggravated by economic sanctions unilaterally and unfairly imposed on Burundi by Western countries. Today, as I speak, I wish to inform this House that the Biden administration from US, that I thank very much, has recently lifted sanctions on Burundi. By virtue of principle of mutual support, EAC partner states should stand as one man to voice together in favor of total and unconditional liftment of the sanctions by EU, which so far remains the principal partner to EAC. Coming back to security, Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform you again that the Republic of Rwanda has recently surrendered 19 criminals belonging to a terrorist group named Red Tabara. It is a commendable gesture. It is a commendable gesture in terms of peace and security cooperation, yet we are waiting for the surrendering of big fishes from that side. We acknowledge and thank so much the leadership of the Republic of Rwanda. Another example, Right Honorable Speaker, to illustrate the threats to peace and security, and that needs a joint action by partner states, is the case of the Republic of Uganda. The recent terrorist attacks in Kampala and other places of this country have occasioned the loss of human lives and the destruction of goods. Permit me, Mr. Speaker, to take this opportunity to condemn these attacks and their authors. And for those who perished in these criminal acts, may their soul rest in perfect peace. As we continue to stand in solidarity with the people of Uganda, Mr. Speaker, I urge this August Assembly to recommend partner states for joint actions to defeat and dismantle these bomber groups once and for all, to allow East African citizens in general and the Uganda people in particular to enjoy peace and stability. My second point, Mr. Honorable Speaker, is about the underfunding of the department in charge of peace and security at the secretariat level. It is inconceivable to see such a department supposed to implement and coordinate this critical sector to be understaffed and underfunded. Not only it is underfunded, as my colleagues said, it is also, this docket is also relies on development partner funds, which is not a good thing. And this shows the importance council gives to this sector. That is why I would implore council to take and consider this issue seriously and to do the needful to allow and enable this critical department to perform better. With this few, Right Honorable Speaker, I submit and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Victor. I think your actually points and debates today is exceptional. And I say that because the issues you raised are issues of great importance, and the articulation with which you stated them could not have been done any better. The issue of US with regards to the removal of the sanctions, I think it's an issue that is highly welcome. And I agree with you that the EU should follow suit in this. Thank you very much for that very wonderful presentation. Honorable Dr. Oda Gazinzigwa, you have the floor. Take another round, honorable members. I just have 2 more members to present, then I'll take another round.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. On the onset, let me also congratulate you, my brother. We know you are capable. That's why you saw all of us endorsing your, your nomination. I want to thank my sister for nominating you. I want to thank the chairperson of the Committee on Regional Affairs and Peace, on Regional Affairs, and the committee. This is one of the very sensitive committees we have in our assembly, which deals with matters of importance. We're talking about security, we're talking about peace in our region, which is the fundamental aspects for our socio-economic development. And in achieving what is stated in this treaty, as my colleagues have been alluding to, we cannot achieve it without the backbone or the pillar of integration, which is peace and security. So I want to sincerely thank the committee for taking this activity and prioritizing, assessing where we are. And I'm happy that the council is represented, and I'm informed other council members are following us online. And I'm sure that this is also one of their major concern, to make sure that we achieve what we have agreed to achieve in integrating and making sure the citizens of this community enjoy their life, enjoy their well-being, do their work without being having issues of security. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me also to add my voice to my colleagues in saying that we are all sorry for what happened in one of our member states, Uganda, and we are with them. And I also want to support that this is a regional matter. The issue of terrorism is something which cannot be dealt with only one partner state. We know we have a list of mechanisms in this region to counter, try to see how these terrorists are dealt with. So we urge the Council of Ministers to continue put more efforts in the issue of collaboration. Issues of early warning has been mentioned in this report, which is very important because prevention is better than cure. So we need them to continue making sure that all the mechanisms which have been put in place are really implemented. The disappointments are many, as my colleagues have been mentioned, issues of funds, issues of staffing, issues of implementation and monitoring of this good strategy, which has been mentioned in this report. Right, Honorable Speaker, I also urge that the mechanisms of monitoring the implementation of these protocols and the mechanisms which we put in place. This is something we talk every day and request the council to come up with and report back to the assembly on these issues. Right, Honorable Speaker, I raised, apart from that, mainly to come again on page 6 and page 7, where the strategy on peace and security mentioned on a list of goals to be implemented if we really have to achieve the peace and security in this region. I want, Right Honorable Speaker, to take you to number, I think it is number 17, prevention of genocide. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand here to once again remind this community and our assembly in particular on the role we have in prevention of genocide. It's not long time ago, Right Honorable Speaker, when we experienced genocide in our region, and not very far in our own partner states, and that is Rwanda. Right Honorable Speaker, the problem or the challenge of the crime of genocide is something which touches the hearts of East Africans, is something which we need to keep talking about, working on seriously, and making sure that it doesn't happen anywhere again in our region and in the world. Right Honorable Speaker, I have seen this goal in our strategy. But Right Honorable Speaker, it's unfortunate that when you look into the strategy, when you look into the recommendations which are here, which are very good, we still need to come up with very serious strategy and mechanisms to fight genocide in our region. I'm happy today, Right Honorable Speaker, because you are seated there when you visited Rwanda, not once, not twice, including some of my colleagues here. You have taken your time to visit our memorial sites. You saw what happened in our country, and that can happen anywhere. Every time when we do commemoration of genocide every year, we thank our partner states who are with us every time we do the commemoration. But Right Honorable Speaker, this is a cross-border issue. Something which happened in Rwanda is still affecting our partner states, all our partner states in this region. I don't want to mention a country by country, but we know issues of refugees. We know issues of socioeconomic impact. We know issues and challenges of tribalism, which is still happening in our partner states. Right Honorable Speaker, genocide starts slowly. It doesn't start immediately and killing people. What we see in our region, issues of conflict, issues of ethnics, issues of tribalism, issues of wars, issues and issues and issues. Here, I was happy to see the early warning strategy. I request that this also covers genocide, prevention and management. Right Honorable Speaker, I don't want to take much of your time, but I wanted to continue requesting and urging the Council of Ministers to take this issue seriously. it happens today in one country, it can happen to another country, as I stated. And it affects all of us. It affects the community. It affects people well-being. And it is shameful if it again happens in any member states. If it has already happened in our neighbor, we are going to be irresponsible if we cannot prevent other countries to happen, even in our own programs, which we put in place. We need to come up with strong mechanism to prevent and manage genocide. I want to end up here, Right Honorable Speaker, by requesting the committee, if they allow through the chair, that we add a recommendation for a specific mechanism for prevention of genocide, genocide ideology, and making sure that we manage and we prevent genocide to happen again in our region. This is a resolution of UN. We cannot fail within our own community. I want to rest my case and thank the committee once again and the members for the work done. We still have a lot of issues, the terrorism and the list is long, but I would request that we take this peace and security seriously, and we urge Council of Ministers, please, the funding around this issue, it is something you need to talk about. It is not healthy to only wait for the development partners to support us on this. I know we can if we work together. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I thank the committee, and I support the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oda. Dr. Oda, I think you, sorry, not calling you Dr. Oda, Madam Honorable Oda. I think the issue of genocide, which you have raised, is very important. And I like the point on the genocide doesn't start once. I encourage colleagues to read a bit about the books that have been written about genocide. I think you've made a very good point. Thank you very much. Honorable Jean-Claude Rimuyavo, please, you have the floor. Then I'll come to Honorable Oda Jeremiah, and that ends the list. Then I'll take another round.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the floor. I also want to add my voice with other colleagues who have spoken before me to congratulate you upon your election to preside over this meeting of the Assembly. Honorable Speaker, I all agree, and I all know that your capacity to lead such kind of meetings is very high and commendable. And I hope that also the fruits of this meeting will be also appreciated. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate also the chairperson of this committee, together with the members of this committee, for the very good work done and the very good report. I just want to start with what is on page 17 of this report. The chapeau of the subchapter N of this report, it says that East Africa is situated in a conflict-prone region with the threat of emerging new violent conflicts remaining high. But the following part up to where they say that it is the region which is the home of most insecure countries. So this word and the rest of it in this sentence, it is somehow sensitive, and I would suggest that they remove this part in the report, because there was also where they say, they give example of Somalia and what is happening in Somalia. I don't think you have done also a study to know what is happening in Somalia, so that you can classify Somalia as one of the most insecure countries. And also the part which says that the border regions between Ethiopia and Eritrea remains volatile. And what I remember,
the information which I know is that Eritrea and Somalia had united. Some days back, that is why even the Prime Minister of Ethiopia was awarded the Nobel Prize for Peace and Security.
Information.
And what I'm saying is that the
Information.
situation between Ethiopia and
You're taking information from Honorable Chris.
yes, of course.
Honorable Chris.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I just want to inform Jean-Claude, recently there is an ongoing conflict in Ethiopia. And if you look in that area where they mentioned that there's insecurity is where the rebels actually come from. So there might be a peace agreement between two countries, but the bordering Ethiopia and Eritrea, there's a conflict there. So our chair was not wrong to mention that is a very hostile area. So on that matter, I just want to inform you that there's no wrong about that. Thank you.
Thank you for information, Honorable Christopher. I'm not trying to say that you are wrong on what you've written here. It may be true, but because it is out of our region, out of our boundaries, in my understanding, in my opinion, it was not good to mention countries, other countries out of EAC, the countries named here in this report. That is my opinion. It may be true, but it doesn't look good. Yeah, so it is upon the chairperson of the committee to agree on my proposal of amending this report and remove this part or not, but that is my opinion about it. Honorable Speaker, I want to go also on page 22. Page 22, it talks about the human trafficking issues, and they have given recommendations, proposed recommendations, and one of the recommendations are to process partner states to incorporate counter-trafficking policies into the national registrations. Human trafficking issue is an international crime, which is one of the jus cogens or preliminary norms, whereby no country, no single country can take measures against those provisions or those rights. They are human rights, so there is no derogation about it. Whether having them in your national laws or not, it is legally binding for countries to respect human rights with regard to human trafficking issues. And therefore, there is no reason for a country to say that they are unable to implement or to enforce the counter-trafficking measures in this case of saying that they don't have them in the national laws. It is good to have them in the national laws so that they are specified punishments or sentence to those who are involved in human trafficking in our partner states, but still it is legally binding because they constitute what is called, I think our lawyers here can also agree with me that human trafficking issues are a part of preliminary norms or jus cogens rights or human rights. So, and therefore, I would also urge partner states to continue the collaboration. In this report, they said that there were some people who were arrested at the airport of Nairobi, and they were taking some East Africans to the Middle East countries. This collaboration of sharing information about human trafficking problem or issues in East African communities is very commendable and must be supported, and they continue this partnership and the collaboration. Honorable Speaker, I want to know and also to put to the attention of honorable members. We are not, shouldn't be limited to fighting this or arresting people who are involved in human trafficking issues. We need also to look at the cause. Why our youth, East Africans, young people are being taken to the Middle East countries? They promise them jobs and they agree. they agree with those who just lie to them, promising them jobs. They take them to those Middle East countries and they treat, some of them, they become sex slaves. Others, they become like house helpers without a salary, and they are mistreated. There are many testimonies that are being shared all over in the media about what happens to those young East Africans when they are taken to those other countries, while promising them to get jobs in those countries. Now the issue is, in East African community, don't we have jobs? Don't we have jobs opportunities for those young people? But the problem is, the laws that we have enacted, the regulations that we have in our communities, that we have in our partner states, they don't allow these young people, because most of them, you find that those who are taken to those countries, most of them, they are uneducated. They don't even have secondary school level. Although there are some of them who have even finished university, but they don't have jobs, and when they promise them to have jobs in those countries, they can also go. But the majority of them, they are uneducated. They don't even have secondary level of education. And therefore, according to our laws in EAC, it is not easy for those young people to come and, for example, one from Burundi, go to another country, let's say Rwanda or Tanzania. That is a general situation. There is no particular country which is different. There's a general situation that we need to also work on as members of parliament, as representatives of East Africans. So we need to look at the regulations and change them, because there is the issue of working permit. And those young people, and the working permit is only given to those people who have expertise, which is not found in the partner states. Is that possible for all East Africans, those young people who are not educated, to have such kind of expertise? It means for them, they are excluded. It's not easy, it's not possible for them to go to other partner states, other East African community partner states, and find a job there. It is possible, maybe they can use that issue of visa. They can be given a visa of, let's say, 3 months or 6 months. That is the maximum. 6 months is the maximum. But still, when you arrive at the border, they will tell you, they will ask you, what are you coming to do in our country? And can you say, I'm coming there to just search for a job? I think that will not be accepted. Will you say that you are coming for visit as a tourist? It will not be accepted, because they don't. They only know that only white people can be tourists in our community. What I'm saying, to cut the long story short, and what I want to urge honorable members to work on, and also urge the Council of Ministers to work on, because the provisions under the Common Market Protocol, they allow free movement of people. They allow free movement of labor. But that will not be achieved unless we change our national laws to allow East Africans to move freely, establish themselves freely in other partner states, but also be able to get jobs. Even these small jobs, selling fruit on the selling fruit, also starting new barber shops, starting new small businesses. If we are not able to reach that level, I'm telling you, honorable members, I'm telling you this August House, honorable ministers, that will not achieve that integration that we aspire to achieve. We not to be one people, one destiny. Honorable Speaker, I support this report. It is well done with that amendment, which can be agreed, but still we have much work to do with regard to this issue of human trafficking by just resolving the cause. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jean-Claude. Very important issues there. Honorable Dr. Oda Jeremiah, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I want to add my voice and congratulate you upon winning the trust of this August House to proceed upon this sitting in the absence of the Speaker. Hongera sana. And I want to congratulate the committee and the able leadership of Honorable Ambassador Fatuma. It is a very well written report. I really enjoyed it because issues of security, issues of peace is paramount for us, especially me as coming from South Sudan. I really long that all the partner states should be in peace and should be secure. And on this juncture, I really want to condemn what happened to one of our partner states, the United States of the government of Uganda and the people of Uganda. We are in solidarity with you because there is no any right which can give somebody the right to take innocent life of people and destroy their properties. So I really want to condole with the people who perish and also be in support with them. This was not a good incident, and we have to work very hard so that we don't witness something like this in our regions. Coming to the report, I really want to add my voice of dismay that we don't have our Council of Ministers members here, though we have been told that they are following online, but these are very important issues which really needed them to be here. I want to thank the Minister, Honorable from Burundi for his presence here, but we really demand that our ministers should be here when we are discussing such important issues to the community. I really wanted to add my voice to our colleagues who spoke about the Department of Peace and Security. That department has only 4 staff, a very huge department with huge mandate and a lot of work. We have the strategy, and you know, this is something which we are good in. We have strategies, but when coming to implement them and giving the human resource to implement these strategies, we really fail here. And we stood here many times. I think now it's the 4th year we're standing here urging the Council of Ministers for issues of recruitment, issues of increasing staff. We have been in the Women Caucus event, whereby that department is being led by only one capable woman, but she cannot be in each and every part of, because gender has a lot of issues, as she said, but this is one of the examples. So also this department being funded by donor. We are thankful for the donor, but you know, sometimes when you fund something, it comes with ring attached to it. And we are here, we have our ministers, we have our people. When you have your only bodyguard, you don't bring from a partner state, from another foreign, you bring your cousin, you bring your relatives. So these are issues which should be handled by us as East African, and we should fund this sector, which is really underfunded. There is another issue which I want to talk about is about the human trafficking. It is very, very sensitive issue. I always pass by one partner state and I see how our girls are being taken daily. I don't know if we have the statistic, but if we get the statistic, we should be amazed by the number of these young people, especially the girls and women who goes to seek for a greener pasture, but they really face a lot. First of all, because this sector is not regulated, we have an honorable member in 2016, Honorable Dora, who enacted a private member bill. Till now, it's not assented to, and we are in need of this. As my colleague, Honorable John Claude has said, why do our young people go abroad? Because they are looking for jobs. They are looking to support their families, and we cannot provide them this. That's why they end up to be abused, to be taken advantage of. Many of our girls end up in sex trade, which they're not willing to, but sometimes when I go to Middle East a lot, so I meet those girls, I interview them sometimes, and one lady told me, I will not. It's not that all the stories are bad, they're good stories, but majority, because we deal with statistics, they said we will not go back. Some of them, you'll find them taking pictures at the airport because this is the time which they were handed their phones, because when they reach there, they will take their phones, all the contacts, they will be left on their own. So this sector needs to be regulated. And I want to add an amendment because there is some recommendation here which were given. We should put an amendment or a recommendation which should read that we should avail jobs opportunity to the youth in ESC, because the committee has given some recommendation here in page 22. The process of assent to the ESC Anti-Trafficking in Person Bill 2016 should be expedited. Partner states incorporate the counter-trafficking policies into their national legislation. I want to add another recommendation that job opportunity should be availed, and we should encourage industrialization in our region, because these people with when they don't have higher qualification, they can work in industries, private sector. We have millionaires in this ESC region. They should help our young people to get jobs. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit and I support the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to guide that any proposed amendments should be put in writing and then be given to the chairperson. Honorable Dr. Anne To, I saw you first. Then I will go to, I'll come to you, all of you. I'll come to you, just let me spare this. Then Honorable Victor there, let me just say, sorry, Honorable Jean-Marie, my good friend Jean-Marie. And then Honorable Dr. Professor Kalinda. I'm coming this way, please.
You have to
bear with
cut
me.
your eyes this
I
side.
just realized it's not a very small task to see many people at the same time. So Honorable Thomas Dutt, then I'll come to you, my sister here. Francois, Honorable Francois, Honorable Garang, Honorable Chris, then Honorable Samari, and Honorable Rosa Cole. In that order. Honorable Dr. Adeto, you have the floor.
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate. And I will start by congratulating you for being elected to preside over the proceedings of this House. Congratulations. Honorable Speaker, I'm a member of this committee and therefore fully support the report. And I thank our chair for presenting as well as she presented the report. Honorable Speaker, the treaty for the establishment of the East African Community recognizes the importance of peace and security to achieving economic development, social and economic development in this region. And therefore, it is imperative that the objectives for establishing the community will not be achieved without security and peace in this country, in the region. Right, Honorable Speaker, the peace and security strategy is very ambitious and comprehensive. And if you want to prove this, you can actually look on page 6 and 7 of the report. It's not only comprehensive, but in my opinion, it includes all aspects of human security. It's not just physical, but it does include aspects of human security, which includes environmental security, protection from floods, protection from landslides and all that. But also it considers aspects of economic security. And this is reflected in a goal that focuses on cooperation among partner states on anti-money laundering, which actually is a fact, and it is affecting the well-being of our economy in this region. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to commend the Peace and Security Department for the progress they have made, in the sense that they already have peace and security protocol in place. They have mechanisms and frameworks in place, just like the early warning system, the eminent panel of eminent persons, and the list of it, which is present in the report. There are also a list of programs, over 20 of them, which is very good in that respect. Programs like small arm and light weapon control, very strategic, very important, because we not only have areas in this community experiencing conflicts, but we are also surrounded with conflicts, and therefore conflict in areas actually generate the interest to have arms, and it's in place that to have means and ways of controlling them. We have programs on human trafficking, drug trafficking. We have all those things. But my concern is, as you look at the programs, like Honorable Order noticed that the ambitious goals of the peace and security strategy is not well reflected in the programming. You will find that some of the goals are very well elaborated, but when you look through the programs, you will not see anything that would indicate to you that that goal is being taken care of. Genocide is one of them, but also the issue of money, anti-money laundering. I don't see anything specific being reflected in the programs that would say that that issue is being taken care of. So I think my recommendation is, even though I'm a member of the community, is that, sorry, a member of the committee, it's very, very important for us to take this report with the importance that has been reflected in the treaty as members of parliament. We should look at it very critically, see if the programs reflect fully the goals and the objectives of the peace and security strategy. And then if not, we need to take time to recommend that the programs be expanded to make sure that we have full human security being undertaken by this peace and security sector. Honorable Speaker, I also have a concern because most of this report was a report given to the committee by somebody working in the Peace and Security Department. We have not seen any of these things that are reported here. We have not seen in practice how the early warning system works. We don't know whether it's there or not, but you know, we agree it is there. We have not seen anything related to, for example, cattle rustling, though of course we hear that there is some work on it. Particularly cattle rustling is not very far from here. It's very, very important. It's affecting more than maybe 4 million of our own members of community. I mean, look at the triangle covering South Sudan, Uganda, and Kenya. The Turkana, the Toposa, the Pokot, the Karamojong. This is an area that is very remote. I wouldn't say neglected, but they do lack basic services and infrastructure. And with this cattle resting, it even makes their life much more difficult. So for this committee, I think one of the ways to prove that some of this program is working is to really do an oversight by either visiting or really taking each one of this program and examining it and coming up with concrete evidence of their existence, but also that they are performing well, because these programs are created in order to ensure that goals of the peace and security strategy are achieved. So it's very important for us to take a close look, an oversight that is really by site visiting or examining some of these things carefully. Otherwise, we'll not be doing our job well. The last area of my concern is the funding, the lack of funding, that most of the funding from for this peace and security strategy comes from outside. And I think it defeats its purpose if the partner states are not putting any money in there. And yet this is the future of the community. This is the future of the children. This is the future of our economy. And if we do not fund peace and security, it means it will take us much, much longer to achieve our goals, and maybe even miss the goal if we don't invest in it. And of course, the funding relates to low staff. And the two of them are really, I believe it's political will. It's lack of political will, it's nothing else. We have the money, we have qualified people to work in these institutions, but somehow we are not committed enough to put the money there and put the people to work in it. And also what I consider as lack of political will is the bills. This very important bill, which is related to the receiving disaster management. This is a thing that we see daily. We lose people daily. And every year we have floods, we have this, and we have a bill which is supposed to help us implement it. And then the parliament passes it and nobody assents to it. I think this is something that the parliament should follow very closely and find out what the issues are, because it's not like a luxury thing. It's a necessity that would help our people. And I think it's very, very important to follow it up. In conclusion, I don't think we should rest. I don't think this parliament should rest until we see what we experience in Uganda being tackled very quickly, but also all the partner states contributing to arresting the situation. That is the anti-terrorism thing. We should not rest until we see those mechanisms that I claim is in place and it's working. And that when something hit one of the partner states, the rest are responding and addressing them effectively. I think we should also not rest until we see the Peace and Security Department in all the hotspots in East African community. We have hotspots. We have South Sudan just implementing a peace agreement. Is EAC there? Has it been there? No. But there is Peace and Security Department here. What is it doing? We should not rest until we see where there is a hotspot, where there is conflict, where peace is being implemented, the presence of the Peace and Security Department is there. Because only then will we be satisfied that they are working and they're actually taking these challenges very seriously. Since I'm a member of the committee and I really think this report is very important, I beg to stop here, and I really beg the members of this House to really pass this report, because it's very central to peace and security in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aneto, for that very good presentation, very well eloquently put. Honorable Jean-Marie, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of this session. Let me first congratulate you for being elected to just preside over the proceedings of this August House. Hongera sana mheshimiwa.
Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Chairperson, I don't have much to say because honorable members who had opportunities before me, they touched all angles and corners as far as this matter is concerned. This topic is about, this report, it's about peace and security strategy. How far are we as far as implementation of this report, of this strategy is concerned? When we talk about peace and security strategy, we also address the challenges. We have strategy, we have protocols, and all agreements to implement peace and security. But again, we have challenges. I commend the work done by the committee in charge of regional affairs. They did a good job. They have tried to show the progress to the implementation of this strategy. But when you hear from members contributing, they talk about peace and security in general. Allow me, Chairperson, to also give one or two comments generally on peace and security in our region. When you talk about peace and security in EAC, you cannot forget the rest of Africa, because East Africa community is not an island. Even if we give our efforts so that we heal our East Africa community, whereas in Somalia, there is a crisis. Whereas in Ethiopia, there is a crisis. Whereas we still remember what has been happening in the Arab countries. Whereas we know what has been happening in Libya. Today, Libya is a disaster. Whereas we know what is happening in Mali. Whereas we know what is happening here and there in Africa. We know to cure only East Africa without hitting the whole Africa as a continent. East Africa is not an island, but yes, since it's our house, we have to sit and address challenges of peace and security in East Africa, but again, address the same issues at continental level. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, peace and security is the spinal cord or the backbone of the EAC integration. Whatever we do without having peace and security, we're doing nothing. But I am happy today because East Africa is at peace. But we still have threats to our peace and security. It's high time, honorable members, we urge our Council of Ministers and the summit so that we have a level forum whereby you have to sit and identify all kinds of threats to our peace and security. What are the threats to our peace and security in East Africa? Yes, we talk about terrorism. Yes, we talk about human trafficking and whatever. We talk about hunger. We talk about drought. We talk about lack of jobs. We talk about lack of jobs for our young people and so many other issues. And these threats to peace and security in East Africa are the same threats to our beloved continent, Africa. We have African Union. What are we doing at African Union so that we kick out this devil of repetitive crisis in our continent? What are we doing so that we secure Ethiopia, which is burning now? What are we doing so that Mali be at peace? Recently, I heard that there was an international conference on Libya, my dear. This is a tragedy. And Libya was bombarded when Africans we were witnessing. What did we do? Maybe today is Libya, tomorrow may be another country. It's high time because the right ones to save Africa are there. There are sons and daughters of Africa who are ready and who are there so that Africa be at peace. You know, I have been watching keenly what comes after elections in Africa. When election period comes, it is as if there's a monster which is coming, you know, to attack Africa. On the same note, when there is election in Africa, in a particular country of Africa, you know, international community, they deploy mission to observe how the election is going to be conducted. But I have never heard an East African mission going to France, going to USA, going to Britain to just assess as observation mission to go there and see what is happening there. But we are here, always receiving lessons from outside. But again, these challenges during election, they come from outside. The outsiders really do not love Africa than Africans. Africa is ours. Let's stand together as one and address these burning issues so that we have peace and security in our dear region. So, honorable members, we may be here, we may talk and talk, but since we haven't had a common picture of the real enemy of East Africa, the real enemy of Africa, we still have much to do ahead of our journey. I tell you, you go to Somalia, what is happening there? Years and years. Soldiers have been deployed. They have been there years and years, but the crisis is still there. Let me stand solidarity with Ugandan people. They have been bombarded recently. It's a calamity. If you don't watch out, the whole region may undergo the same threat. And yet we are under that threat. Another issue I want to raise here, right, Honorable Chairperson, it's about the good and genuine cohabitation among EAC partner states. We need harmonious cohabitation among EAC countries. We have accepted to live together in harmony. We have accepted to have the same target as one destiny, as one people. How come that we do not preach this good news of living in harmony for our little citizens? This integration is not for only politicians, no. This integration is for ordinary citizens. We are here to fight so that there be goodwill to our people. That's why we have these good protocols, so that there be free movement of people, so that economic growth will be a reality. But without this good cohabitation among our top leaders, my dear, we still have a long time to go. Let me end my comment by saying that the devil is within us. It's up to us to identify where is he, where is it, so that we combat that devil. Thank you, right, Honorable Chairperson, for the opportunity. I raise my case.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jean-Marie. I'm actually very impressed today with the quality of debate on this report. To be honest, not that I'm undermining any other report that has been debated in the past, but I just want to urge our media guys if what I have heard here today, or maybe sitting here gives a person an opportunity to listen more. I don't know, but the issue that have been raised today on this should be in the headlines of our mainstream media. There is message going to the people of East Africa and the leadership of the East African community. And I think it's very important. And I just want to encourage honorable members on this line of argument. Having said that, we are going to, I have my list of requests is growing longer. And I have about 9 members who wish to speak to this motion now. And if we go in, I know the report is very rich and there's a lot to say about it. May I request that we make our presentations as brief as we can so that everybody will have an opportunity to speak to this particular motion. Having said that, Prof. Kalinda Xavier, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. On the onset, I also wanted to congratulate you upon your election to preside over the sittings of this assembly until such a time that the speaker, the substantive speaker, will be available. I also want to thank the chair committee of the Regional and Conflict Resolution Committee for a very good presentation of the report. I also thank the entire committee for a very good report. Mr. Speaker, I won't be very long. I want just to make a few remarks with regard to the form or format of this report, because I believe that a good report should be good both in format and in substance. I really appreciate the contributions that are being made by honorable members here in the area of substantive. I want to start by the introduction. Mr. Speaker, when you read how this introduction ends, you realize that there is something missing. The last paragraph of this introduction reads as follows. Article 124, paragraph 5 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community obligates partner states to enhance cooperation in handling of cross-border crimes, provision of mutual assistance in criminal matters, including the arrest and repatriation of fugitive offenders, and the exchange of information on national mechanisms for combating criminal activities. To this end, the partner state undertook to adopt the following measures for maintaining and promoting security in the territory. When you arrive here, you want to see what are these measures that they are talking about. They are following, but when you refer to the Article 124, paragraph 5 in the treaty, you find these different measures. They are enumerated there from B to H. So I propose that they should be added to this introduction to make it complete. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to talk about the methodology. When you read this methodology, you have impression that the committee interacted only with the Department of Peace and Security, but I think maybe they also considered other important documents, or they also followed some presentations. So I think they should be more extensive on the methodology so that we understand how they have proceeded and how they have come up with these observations and these very interesting recommendations that are contained in this report. Also, when you read the expected outcome, I find it rather an objective of the activity rather than an outcome, because it is about to assess the status of the implementation of peace and security strategy. This is an objective and not an outcome. I think the committee should write down the outcomes. And finally, Mr. Speaker, when you read on page 6, the strategy was later reviewed under African Peace and Security Architecture APSA project funding and updated to 23 goals in 2014. The review incorporated responses to the emerging peace and security challenges or threat that had not been perceived in the region in 2006. So the additional goals that were added are from 16 to 23, as highlighted below. So my observation here is that I want to know how the committee selected some of these goals or emerging issues and considered them in the report and left out others. So I'd like that they should have limited their scope, because these are too many things, so that we know why they are leaving out some of these goals. Otherwise, you will think that this report, although it is a good one, but it seems to be incomplete. Right Honorable Speaker, these are my brief intervention, but I support the report and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Kalinda. You know, he reminds me of my professors. And I think the input he has said in terms of structure and the arrangements, if only we please help the chair in pointing out those suggestions. It will certainly make the report a more beautiful than it is even now. Honorable Thomas Dutt, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Again, I would want to congratulate you for presiding over this important session. Number two, I would want also to congratulate the chair for the eloquent presentation she has given us in these important reports. Again, would want also to thank the member of the council who have attended this important debate. Many things has been said by my honorable colleague who has spoke before me. I'm going to be brief. We are actually debating a very important report. And when you talk of security, you are talking of a very sensitive, important issue. This department of peace and security is a very important department in the EAC, which we need to invest and put a lot of resources in it, instead of depending on donor funding. If you go back to our capital, peace and security sector take 40% of the national budget. Why not we in the EAC, we do the same? So I urge the council to invest on this and put a lot of resources, because security determining what we are doing in terms of development in the region. So it is a very important sector, which we need at least to put in all our attention into it. It's important, and at least we need to do a lot of things here. There are issues which was mentioned by my colleagues. In in the border between Kenya and South Sudan and Ethiopia in regard to the cattle wrestling. You see the issue here, it is not a new thing. It was an old issue among our community in the region. But with the involvement of use of a small arm, it became very dangerous. That is why I also urge the partner state to put an attention into this because it needs to be addressed. Even if we can also go as far disarming our civil population so that we curb the situation in that regard. It's very important. Again, I would want also to add my voice in condemning the terrorist act which hit our sister country, Uganda. I seriously condemn it, and we stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters in Republic of Uganda. Today is Uganda, tomorrow it can also be South Sudan, and next tomorrow Kenya. We need at least to strengthen our collaboration in these regards, putting a very important mechanism. If need be, we can also put an information center so that we in the region, we are informed of what is happening. And then an early warning mechanism has to be strengthened so that whenever such an issue arises, all of us, we address it. So these are the few which I would want to add into this bill. The bill is very important. I finally here support the bill, and I would want to urge my colleague to pass this bill because of its importance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Thomas Dutt. I'm now coming to the other side, Honorable Francois Mukiza. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the floor. I first and foremost, like my colleagues that have spoken already, I thank you for having elected to preside these proceedings of the Assembly. Please accept the bundles of flowers for that. Mr. Speaker, I start by thanking the able chair of the committee, together with her committee, of course, for the report well elaborated. It's really a great job they have done. I'm inspired by the pieces of report on page 22, whereby this committee is talking of the prevention and eradication of the EAC Anti-Trafficking in Persons Bill 2016, which had been developed by Honorable Dora Mukama to address this evil practice, was passed by the Assembly, but not yet assented to. As I'm here, I just suggest that the date whereby this bill was passed by the Assembly, it's better to have it 2016. So this was the second Assembly, because I'm building on their work already. They have already passed also a resolution on the same at that time. And it is very important, Mr. Speaker, to build on the strong foundation of our predecessors so that we can have a strong house as we build our house. It's very important. And I'm also building on the legislation of this community, East African community, but also of this house. And if we can read Article 5 of the treaty about objectives of the community, especially objective number 3F, it's about the promotion of peace, security, and stability within, and the good neighborliness among the partner states. And again, Article 7 of the treaty also talks about operational principles of the community. And we have 1A that is applicable to all the circumstances this is about people-centered. And also, if we take the partner state, this is Article 7.2, sub-Article 2, the partner state undertake to abide by the principles of good governance, including adherence to the principles of democracy, the rule of law, social justice, and also maintenance of universally accepted standards of human rights. And we can immediately recall that all the 6 partner states, the heads of states, have ratified also the African Charter on Human Rights. So it's very important that you work together as a continent. Honorable Jean-Claude was saying that we can just keep, mentioning other partner states that are not, EAC partner states. It's good to work as a continent because partner states also are complying to several pieces of legislation on the continental level. So we have to work as a team so that we can have Africa peaceful, because as well mentioned by Honorable Jean-Marie as well, EAC is not an island, so we have to work together. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned of second EALA, I looked at their pieces of legislation under human trafficking, and there is where they are just crying, prosecute. Clarification?
Yes, Honorable Fatuma.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For information, I just want to tell my sister that Honorable Dora Biamkama was a member of that EALA, and this bill was passed in 2016, so it was third EALA, not second EALA. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the information. It's useful because, Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that the piece of legislation also I consulted is posted in press release under EAC, and there is no date, and it is how they do things. So it is also a recommendation for them to improve when they post things under press release, they have to add, to mention the time and the date they are posted. So this is third EALA. Then, Mr. Speaker, as fourth EALA now, we are realizing that the issue of human trafficking is a persistent practice. If it is a persistent practice, trafficking in persons is also known as modern day slavery. So it's as if this practice of having been slaves once is persisting, and we are the ones committing, this kind of slavery. So it's time that we look at it. We urge the Council of Ministers to see how EAC cannot continue really to be the slaves for their own people. And also let this house built on the great foundation of the previous assemblies, as I also mentioned. Mr. Speaker, as I wind up, this report is now urging the Council of Ministers to see how the piece of legislation in the partner states are in terms of trafficking, because they are touching most of the time women. More than 70 and 80% of trafficking, procedures practices are about women and girls. And there are some reasons mentioned by Honorable Jean-Claude. I'm not going to repeat them for the interest of time, but it is very important that we go for this. And remember that Honorable Rabia Mukama and her team, they came to GP committee, and you were the chairperson, Mr. Speaker, and it's time to take up, it was like a petition. So now it's time to take up that petition, to look at it, to see what we can do, because it is a serious matter. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support the report, and I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkiza. Honorable Garang Alak, you have the floor. Honorable members, please try and keep your presentations.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me first congratulate you for having been elected unanimously to chair this meeting. I am a member of this committee, but let me first appreciate the presentation that has been made by our chairperson for this good work. As stated in this report, I'll make emphasis on the importance of this peace and security strategy. Now, peace and security being the fundamentally essential for the economic and social development in the partner state in East Africa, and being one of the protocols that has been ratified by all the 6 partner states, that shows the importance of this sector. Now, I've identified 3 challenges. The first challenge is the slow implementation of this peace and strategy in the partner states. That's one challenge. The second challenge is the financing of this sector by donors. The third is the understaffing of these departments. Now, are we not joking in this organization when we attach much importance to this sector? And this sector is mostly concerned with good governance, because all the issues that are being dealt here, like conflict prevention, management of resolutions, prevention of genocide, combating terrorism, combating suppression of piracy, peace and support operations, they are all about good governance. Now, the protocol on good governance has not been signed and it has not been ratified. Now, as if we are really serious in our integration, that maybe some years to come, we are going to conclude the confederation. The speed we are moving by not taking some of these sectors seriously. Are we really serious? And are we not? And are we going to get this confederation? Our independence leaders, like Kwame Nkrumah, was saying that straight away, when African countries were getting independent, that we should unite. It was resisted by that time. But it seems now power has become very sweet in our partner states. So to part with this power, I'm seeing a difficult scenario. Now, it has taken us more than 60 years since the independence of most of the African countries. And we have the vision of the African Union in the next 42 years, in 2063. Are we really going to get this confederation in 2063, or will go more than that? So it seems as if there's a resistance from the partner states of sovereignty. There's lack of political will. And that's why they don't fund some of these sectors that are concerned with good governance. Are we not joking? It took, up to now, is more than 200 years when the American independence was proclaimed. They had their first constitution. But how long is this thing going to take us? 60 years, more than 60 years have gone now. The AU has a vision of 2063, another 42 years, it will be 100 years. Is it not going to take us more than 200 years, really, for the integration of Africa? Because it seems power has become sweet when you have on your own. But when we come together, it seems as if people are resisting it. Are we really serious? Why would we leave it to the donors to fund it? What is their interest? And what is our interest? I think we talk a lot and we do little. So we really have to be serious if we really mean it. Let us not use a lot of English. Let us use real effort to push forward on the real issues. So I think there's lack of political will because we will resolve these issues, the implementation of this strategy, the financing, the staffing. Because we'll continue talking, do a lot of politics, and then we say you are politicians. I think we have to overcome all this. In all, I'm a member of this committee. I rose to support it. So I'm urging all of you to support it. Although we have these challenges, well, of course, these are challenges coming from our partner states. And I always say in this plenary that the problem is not the laws we pass here. The problem is in the partner states. The partner states have not yet really taken this integration seriously. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I really support the report and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Garang. With less than about 20 minutes to go for the time, got 4 members still on the list. Honorable Chris Ndwa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also congratulate you for being a Speaker of the Day. You know, this is very beautiful to be in the history book that once upon a time I was, you know, a Speaker of that August House. Thank you, Speaker. I'll be just quick. First of all, I just want to talk on the issue, which is a treaty matter. It's on Article 124, sub-Article 4E, combating illicit drugs. You know, drugs are very dangerous. I've seen people become junk. So it is not a surprise to see any human being blowing himself because it's not himself. This takes me to the issue of passing my condolences to the Ugandans who lost their lives because of this barbaric action caused by terrorists who were under intoxication. Therefore, I urge our Council of Ministers to sit together or to call the security cluster to look at these serious challenges within our region, because you go to Kenya, you find young men who are jobless, nothing they do, just intoxication. It's not only about drugs. When we talk drugs, people just think we're talking about cocaine, heroin, and marijuana. But you know, we have this traditional alcohol also. They can be also classified as drugs because they also damage these young people's brain. So the security class must sit together and to see how they can combat this intoxications. Other thing is on human resources in this department. You know, this issue has become a pandemic within our region, where every department is understaffed. So how do you expect people to perform? They have a noble job, but they have no people to perform. That's the reason why we find even a professor there criticizing our report because of people working, they have overloading work. So council, they must actually take this serious, and instead of reducing EALA members, they must actually increase our staff to do the work better. Now I'm coming to the third point on the cattle rustling. This is a very serious issue for the Kenyans, and they will understand what is happening in Laikipia, where people's life is no more meaningful to other people. Recently, I was watching TV in Kenya. It was very, very dangerous and serious. People died. Even the police officers were killed, and they're still there. So what is our region doing to prevent those old-fashioned fighting? Last point is, let me start with this one. What I see is not what everybody sees. When talking about illegal immigrant or illegal human trafficking, you know, I was once upon a time privileged to read a book called Marketing Dreams and Manufacturing Heroes by Anna Romina Guevara. You know, this, what we call human trafficking, especially these ladies who are going to work in Middle East, that is not wrong. That is an opportunity. Let me take you a little bit back to what happened when the former president of Philippines, Gloria, took power. Philippines was having a budget of 15 billion US dollars, but they could only raise 7 billion. They were always in the deficit of 8 billions. And then she looked, what can we do to move on, to push the economy of Philippines? What she did, she looked around the globe, she saw an opportunity. What was that opportunity? Domestic workers and the nurses. She called his cabinet, they stood down, they strategized, they start building a very good nursing school and a training institution for domestic workers. They exported that labor. Guess what happened? Each year, they were raising 37 billion US dollars, a surplus of their budget of 22 billion. So imagine if we had our ministers of labors, if they can come here to Arusha, sit together, strategize how they can regulate this labor, because it's an opportunity for unskilled labor. There is a market in the Middle East. If we can have 2 million East Africans working in the East Africa, working in the Middle East, and each earn 400 US dollars, how much they can earn per annum? Not less than 9.6 billion US dollars. This is the money can come and they save our people within our region. So whenever we see a situation like that, just look the solution. We normally intend to talk about problems, but we don't come with a solution. Therefore, I urge the ministers, the Council of Ministers, to sit down or to instruct the Department of Labor within the region to look at that market. It's a huge, it's an opportunity to unskilled labor. And also, when they go there, you remember, they'll pay tax to our countries. Their families' life will be improved. And this thing of saying that our youth are unemployed. Are unemployed because our leaders are not creating jobs for them. The job we're talking about is not local jobs. We look all over the world. These rich people, they don't need domestic workers. They don't want to be domestic workers. They seek domestic workers from poor countries, which we are. Therefore, Mr. Ratono Speaker, I support this report as also I'm a member of this committee. I support and I urge all the members to support it. I raise my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chris Dwyer. We now have Honorable Paul Musamari. You have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Because of time, I'll try to rush through. First of all, let me also add my voice to my colleagues to congratulate you upon assuming that very important position. That seat, as you are aware, it is sweet but hot. So as you occupy it, be mindful. I also take this opportunity to congratulate the chairperson of the committee, of Regional Affairs, as well as the members of the committee for the good report so far. This report, to do justice on this report, we needed almost the whole day, Honorable Speaker, but we can't do much because we are constrained with time. I want to talk about two issues here. One is the issue of peace, as it is in the report. Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, and the whole House, that peace and security is the most important asset any society or country can own. If you do not have peace and security, anything that you plan to do, you will not achieve it. So we need to guard our security very, very important, very seriously. Article 6 of our treaty, Honorable Speaker, I want to read it verbatim. Article 6 of our treaty. It is about the fundamental principles of the community. And I will just take you through, there are 6 of them, but I'll take you just 5. It says, the fundamental principles that shall govern the achievement of the objectives of the community by the partner states shall include A, mutual trust, political will, and sovereign equality. B, which is very important, and C, peaceful coexistence and good neighborliness. C, peaceful settlement of disputes. And then E and F, equitable distribution of benefits. F, cooperation for mutual benefit. Honorable Speaker, now we have been talking about conflict, causes of conflicts. If you do not follow this fundamental, you are just setting ground for conflict and for insecurity. If you are not sharing benefits equally, if you are not working together, we are just wasting our time. So, Mr. Speaker, the report is very good. It has got very good recommendations, but we want to urge the Council of Ministers to take this House, these recommendations of this House very seriously. This is not the first time we are making these recommendations. For example, let me go to the issue of the panel of eminent persons. That is page 9 of the report, 2B specifically. Yes, page 9 of the report, modality of establishment and functioning of the EAC panel of eminent persons. Honorable Speaker, the protocol provides for the establishment of the panel of eminent persons, such that they are able to address causes and the causes of conflict and insecurity in our community. But the summit at one time, I think 2018 or 2019, resolved to have instead this ad hoc panel as an ad hoc committee. Honorable Speaker, if there is anything which is permanent in this world, is conflict. Yes, if there is anything which is permanent in this world and in society, is conflict. It is there. You resolve one conflict, another one emerges. You resolve one conflict, another one emerges. So that means by you saying that you should have this panel of experts as an ad hoc committee, you are instead again establishing another conflict. So we want to urge, as it has been put in the report, this is just for emphasis, that the council should establish a permanent panel of eminent experts, such that they are able to help us in terms of prevention, because that's the most important, detection and prevention of conflict or insecurity. That is the beginning Right Honorable Speaker, the best doctor is not the one who treats the disease, but one who diagnoses. So if you have diagnosed the disease very well, the cause of the problem, you will be able to solve it. So otherwise, ad hoc is only there now to be now doing the treatment, but not solving the cause. So we need it, and let us not play around with this matter. Honorable Speaker. So the member of council who is here, and I'm assuming you are sitting as the chair of council, please take this matter seriously. I've been told some of the council members are online, but I have not seen any. So I don't know whether it's only me who is not seeing. But if they are there, fine, they should take this matter seriously. So I also want to propose an amendment on this in some of the recommendations.
Who is taking note for the chairperson? I see she as well. Okay,
Okay.
please take note.
I'm
of that.
proposing an amendment on this very point. That is 2E. I think it is 2E. 2E. So they have three recommendations. I mean, two recommendations. I want to add a third one to read that establish. Yes, to read that we establish a standby East African Community Force. Honorable Speaker, they have recommended that strengthen the operationalization of the existing governance, peace, and security mechanism in addressing interstate conflicts. The second one is the council should also recommend to the summit a proposal creating a permanent EAC, panel of eminent persons, to facilitate conflict. So the third one I'm proposing is establish a permanent standby East African force. Honorable Speaker, we have what they call East African Standby Force.
Honorable Paul Musamar, are you sure that is not already established, either under one of our protocols or even our tweet? I'm trying to refer quickly.
This is what I'm coming to, right, Honorable Speaker. We have, so far as per now, something called the East African Standby Force. But this so-called East African Standby Force, right, Honorable Speaker, is not an initiative of East Africa. It is an initiative of the African Union, and it encompasses about 28 countries or more, Honorable Speaker. That is all of Eastern Africa, part of Southern Africa, and so on and so forth. So now, Honorable Speaker, when you look at how this force has been, it is very amorphous to me. It has, I think it is even overstretched. It carries the name of East Africa, but it is overstretched. You find them, they are there in Djibouti, they are in Sudan, even Sudan, North Sudan, Khartoum, they are everywhere. I feel that they are overstretched. Let us have a homegrown force, basically of these 6 partner states, and then with the one command, with the coordinated center of intelligence, and name it, such that they are able to address these issues of war, insecurity, and so on and so forth. If I am supported, please, I'm proposing that amendment.
I think your amendment should refer to probably the implementation of Article 125 of the treaty.
125?
125 of the treaty.
Okay.
But you need to draft something and give to the chair in line to
thank you, Chair, Speaker. And then the last one, Honorable Speaker, it's about, it's on 6.4 of the report, that is combating cattle rustling. Honorable Speaker, I am one of the representatives of Uganda in this house, and I now want to go tribal. That is, I mean to say, I want to go Ugandan. Honorable Speaker, we have had a serious challenge in terms of cattle rustling in Uganda among some communities, especially the Karamojong. It used to be the Karamojongs raiding among themselves and also the neighboring ethnic, societies. However, Honorable Speaker, the government of Uganda took a bold step to disarm the Karamojongs. And these Karamojongs were disarmed. And now, when these Karamojongs were disarmed, it created some semblance of peace and stability in that sub-region. However, these criminals, just like it has been noted in this report, some of the criminals among the Karamojong community collaborate with, connive with some of the armed societies in Kenya, specifically the Turkana, the Pokot, and the other groups there, which are neighboring Uganda. And instead now, these Ugandans go and connive with some of those people and cross over to Uganda and raid, even kill people. So we have a lot of insecurity there, which is caused by our brothers and sisters from Kenya and South Sudan. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to urge that these three countries should work together to disarm all of these armed communities. We disarmed the Karamojongs. Why are the Turkanas and the Samburus and the Pokot and the others still armed? Why? They are carrying the guns for what? They are not the Kenya Defense Force, and they are carrying guns. So we want the council here to take this matter very serious, because this can even lead again to a war between Uganda and Kenya. Yes.
Well, Paul Masamari, with regards to the communities you mentioned in Kenya being armed, you know, when you are sitting on the speaker's chair here, unfortunately, I am not able to challenge you, but I can see Honorable Ken is sitting very comfortably next to you. I will say that probably you mentioned talk to the general problem of proliferation of small arms. But with regards to specific communities in Kenya being armed, unless you want to produce evidence, table evidence, yeah, I wish that you probably rephrase those remarks and in other ways.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Unfortunately, I told you that you are sitting in that chair. It is sweet, but very hot. Honorable Speaker, what I'm talking about is not a rumor. And I happen to be of Kenyan, by the way, because in my ethnic group, there are more in Kenya than in Uganda. There are 6 million in Kenya, and for us, we're only 1.5 in Uganda. So I know everything that is going on there in Kenya, right, Honorable Speaker. And I'm not lying. Even as we talk, by the way, these communities, the Honorable Nduwayo has just mentioned Laikipia. Laikipia is not found in Uganda. And there are armed communities there. We are not even talking of whether it is through proliferation of small arms, whatever, how they got the arms, we don't know. But what we should agree is that there are communities who are bordering Uganda from Kenya who are armed. We don't know how they are armed, but what we are urging here, the government of Kenya and the government of South Sudan, is to ensure that all of these armed people also be disarmed. Because because the Karamojongs now are saying that they want to get back their guns. So if they get back their guns, what will happen, right, Honorable Speaker? There will be a problem. So we are saying that the governments of Kenya, government of South Sudan, disarm those communities that are neighboring Karamoja, such that we have peace in that area, right, Honorable Speaker. And for that case, I want to propose another amendment to the report of the committee. That is 6.4, Romani. Now they have 2 recommendations there. I want to add the third one, 6.4, 6.4, the page 23 and 24, 6.43. Now 6.43, I want to propose that respective partner states disarm all their armed communities. If you want me to put it better, I will seek the guidance of the clerk or the legal officer. But we want this one to be there, that those communities there, the Turkana, the Samburu, the whatever, may not name all of them. But all those communities, the Honorable mentioned the Toposa are found in the South Sudan. And they cross over to Uganda, cause problems. Then these ones from Kenya, they do the same. So the proposal I'm making is that they should all be disarmed, such that we have peace in that area. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit and also support the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Paul Musamari. You will submit those proposals to the chair. Now, honorable members, we have reached at 1 o'clock. It is a time when the House should adjourn, unless the time I'm looking at, the clock I'm looking at is wrong, but it's 1 o'clock. Actually, slightly past 1 o'clock, and we are coming back here at 2:30. May I, with your indulgence, suggest that the remaining honorable members, Honorable Rosa Cole, Honorable George Odonga, and Honorable Fatima Ibrahim, that you be the first to speak to this debate when we resume at 2:30, and then we will have the council speaking to the matter, and then we conclude this debate. Okay? Having said that, I wish to adjourn the House until today, Tuesday, 23rd at 2:30 p.m. I suspend the House until today, Tuesday at 2:30 p.m.
resumption of business that was interrupted at 5 minutes past 1 this afternoon.
Honorable members, thank you for your prompt presence again this afternoon. We will just continue from where we left this morning. Let me recognize the presence of Right Honorable Madam Kadaga for joining us. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Waziri. Honorable members, maybe as communication from the chair, I just want to guide that we will want to try and do and transact our business as quickly as possible for this afternoon. As you are well aware, there's the preparations for the East Africa Games, which is ongoing. And I'm informed that at least by 4:30, we should wind up here so that people can go back to their hotels and be in the places where they're required to be for the next activity by 5 o'clock. So for that reason, we will process this bill, which was a bill that was ongoing. And once we are done with it, we see how much time we have for the motion of Honorable Francois Umkiza. If we have time, we will be able to transact it. If not, I've spoken to the speaker, it will be the first item for you tomorrow's session. So nothing to worry about. So at the time of with the bill we're about to do, the East African Community Integrity and Anti-Corruption Bill 2019 was read for the second time. We debated it, and yeah, so what we were doing is we were finalizing with that report in that particular process of the second reading. And at the time of the business was interrupted at that point, the debate on the bill was concluded and the chairperson of the committee had responded to issues raised by members. The House directed the committee to work with the office of the, okay. Rightfully guided. I think I have gone to the bill before concluding the report that was on the floor the business for this morning. I was just so anxious of going into this afternoon's agenda. Honorable Kadaga will excuse a very junior person of my type in the chair where I am. She has handled this business for many years, but it is a learning process. Now, honorable members, this morning we were debating the report by Honorable Fatuma Ndagiza, the very good report on the committee, and we had members who were to take the floor. The next member to take the floor is Honorable Rosa Cole, who is here. Mheshimiwa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, to join my colleagues in commending you so far. The year we have conducted business, and also to congratulate you on this achievement of being the Speaker of the Day. Congratulations. Right Honorable Speaker, I just have a few issues. Most of them have been talked about by members, but just for emphasis, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of peace and security, as echoed by many of our colleagues here who have already talked, is a fundamental parameter for peace and development and cannot be taken lightly, as it's a key pillar in the development of our region. Right Honorable Speaker, on page 25, on financing of the EAC Peace Fund, I just now want to ask, I think the issue of sustainable funding has been a matter that we have delved into for quite a long time here as Parliament. And I think it's a high time now we get some kind of report
that gives us hope that this matter is being handled by council. Because most of the issues that we've talked about here, they all end up with funding, lack of funding, or underfunded. That is where we are. Even this assembly now cannot sit for quite a number of sittings that they would prefer to sit because there's no money. So every institution, some cannot recruit because there's no money, is actually having that challenge of lack of financing of our institutions and organs, and this key sector of peace and security, because we don't have a sustainable financing mechanism. Now, we are all aware that for quite some time, there was a report even that was brought here, this house, on issues of sustainable financing mechanism. And we were told that another consultant was engaged to bring a report on this very issue. But we are also aware that what was prepared by some committee, some consultants, and was brought here to the EAC as the sustainable financing mechanism proposed is now being implemented by another organ of this continent, and that is the AU. So why can't we pick from there and just implement this financing mechanism? What is the problem? That's what I need to understand from our Council of Ministers. How far we have gone with it, because it is now becoming the key issue in whatever we try to touch, in whatever challenges that we are facing. It is of course absurd to note that a key sector like this one is only less than 85% funded by the community, and yet it is key. It is also very difficult to understand when we read in this report that only $500 US, just 500, was given to facilitate the Peace and Security Department, you know, and there's a zero increase on the annual budgeting side. So I would like the
point of information,
the committee on the chair.
Information from the chair of the committee.
Thank you, thank you, Honorable Rose. I just wanted to make clarification. It was a typo. It's not $500, it is 500,000 US dollar, the seed fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And it is still definitely small when you compare the activities that have been scheduled and the kind of work that this kind of sector requires. So I just wanted to alert the budget committee that this time round, the budgeting process has started. We need to look into key priority areas and see to it that some more resources are allocated, especially a sector like this, which is a fundamental sector for this community. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of combating cattle rustling. Right Honorable Speaker, cattle rustling is a culture. It's a culture in some communities. It just did not occur yesterday. It is something that is practiced, and to them it is normal, you know? So if we are talking about measures to combat cattle rustling, we first have to change the mindset, to disarm the mindset of these cultural groups. So when I talk about the cultural groups, you have in our region, there's that triangle, let me call it a triangle, of the Karamojong, the Toposa, then the Turkana, the Pokot, and then you go to the other side of Somalia. That area needs to be studied by this team that is talking of combating cattle rustling.
Cattle rustling, as I say, is a culture, is being now fueled by the availability of weapons, and these are the small and light arm weapons. And that is still the axis where these weapons enter our region, right up to the Horn of Africa. So there is need to look at peace in that region in order to be able to curb the influx of weapons into other areas. Like now, Karamoja, we disarmed, but as we talk now, the weapons are there. I mean, they have it, because one, they were not disarmed mentally, and it is also it's an economic activity to do cattle rustling. It's an economic activity in that region. In fact, all that region is an economic activity. Then two, it is a source of livelihood for them. So we need to debunk and see how do we encourage alternative mechanisms of survival or alternative sources of income for that region as we disarm the mindset of taking it as a culture, as they take it. That is a culture and it is normal. So there is more to be done than just putting in the YAPCO, the Mifugo protocol. I don't know what is inside, but those are the things they must look at, start from the bottom. Look at these people and see how they can be helped so that we see development coming up in this region. And definitely once alternative means of survival is accessible, then this culture will drop out with time, definitely. Right Honorable Speaker, there is also an issue of a bill that was a bill on prevention and eradication of the EAC, of the anti-trafficking in persons bill. That was passed by this House. And it would have helped a lot to do with the issue of trafficking in persons of our girls, our children, to other countries. And sometimes their body parts are actually sold. And what you see is the carcass. I saw the human, it is a very bad sight. I saw the body of a girl whom they had cut open and removed everything. So you could only see just the carcass of the body without the internal organs. So some of these people who go there actually either disappear there because they are killed and the body parts are harvested for commercial purposes by the people who take them, or sometimes their kidneys are removed, that kind of thing. So there is need to, for us as an assembly, first of all, to follow up on most of these bills that have been passed and have not been assented to, and we get to know why, so that we can also fast track this bill for to be assented by our heads of summit, because some of those bills are really very important. And once we don't track them, actually they gather dust wherever they have been thrown. So there's need for us to have perhaps to be proactive and get a schedule of all these bills that were passed, and then we follow up quarterly to keep reminding maybe Council of Ministers to guide us on what is happening, why they have not been ascended to, whether they need to be brought back to the House for processing or review. So that kind of interaction is very important, and I think we need to be proactive on that. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, there was an issue that was raised by Honorable Oda on the genocide in Rwanda that took place. It was very unfortunate, and I think the world just watched as things were happening, which was very unfortunate that we lost a big number of human beings and nothing was done. So there was a request that this issue be included as a recommendation by the chairperson, but I don't know whether this other, when you go to page 6 on the strategy
for African peace and security architecture. That was reviewed in 2014. It initially had 16 goals, but they were updated to 23 goals. And when you go on page 7, goal number 17 is on prevention of genocide. I don't know whether this one will suffice for the issues that Honorable Order was raising, that we include it as one of the issues that we need to recommend to the council. Never to happen in our region again. So if that one suffices, maybe.
There is Honorable Rose, there is
Okay.
Honorable Order wants to give you information.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Honorable Rose, for giving me a leeway to give you information. And I appreciate that you are also coming back on this important issue. You're right that when this strategic plan was reviewed, it was only a few numbers. Now they added also a list of issues, including prevention of genocide. But my request in regard to the challenges and the magnitude of this problem, I requested that apart from it being a general part of strategic plan, I requested to come up, the region to come up with a specific strategy on prevention and management of genocide. I don't think it harms because in a general strategy it is good, but elaborating it more and having a clear and strategic plan specifically on this issue, which really affects our region, it can help, because this is something which will continue to happen if it doesn't come up with, if we don't come up with this. So thank you so much, Honorable Rose. That's what I wanted to propose. If our members feel it's okay, then it can go. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Order. That is in order, and I think the chair will take note of the key details that you'd like to be included in the report. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I was concluding with that one, and I want to say that I'm a member of this committee and would like to thank my chair for precisely presenting this report, and also to thank colleagues, members of the committee for the work well done. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Rose. Honorable George Odongo, you have the floor.
Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to, first of all, congratulate you for chairing, presiding over today's session. Right Honorable Speaker, I also would like to thank the Committee of Regional Affairs for, preparing this very elaborate and a very good report. Right Honorable Speaker, I was part of this committee for the first part of our term here, and I associate very closely with this report. A lot has been, members have debated this report, and I do not want to raise anything new because much of it has been given justice. I will only put emphasis on a few areas. Right Honorable Speaker, first, to underscore the fact that peace and security is a public good that is a primer to our integration. It's a key driver. It's what facilitates our integration as EAC. And as somebody rightfully said, that in the absence of peace and security,
we all struggle as individual partner states, but collectively as a region. Therefore, it's important that we put in a lot of investment in ensuring that the region is peaceful. In any case, one of the reasons why we come together as a community is for purposes of strategic peace and security. Therefore, it's important that as a region, we build our peace and security capabilities so that we respond to our threats, we respond to all the challenges that we face that can destabilize the region. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to point out some of the key areas. One is the issue of governance. I think on page 26, 6.8, which talks about the protocol on good governance. The committee rightfully points that the region needs to fast track the adoption of the protocol on good governance so that it addresses some of the governance challenges. I think, you see, the governance is a very broad area. And when you look at this report, some of the challenges that we are facing as a region emanate from issues of governance. I'll give you an example. In this very report, it applauds Uganda for its very progressive policy on refugees. And it also urges the region to come up with a progressive regional policy on refugees. While I would like to commend the government of Uganda for having such a very progressive policy on refugees, hosting refugees is not a badge of honor, because the region is probably the net producer of the biggest number of refugees in the region. And most of those refugees, they are not just climate refugees. These are refugees that are running away from the different partner states because of issues of governance. Therefore, addressing governance issue is a strategic intervention of the community. And this, the committee is right to say that the region needs to come up with a protocol on good governance. And perhaps once we have a protocol on good governance, we could then have peer review by the different partner states to assess the governance capabilities of each partner state, so that we are in tandem with the highest standards that will drive our integration. As it is right now, the area of governance has been left. It's now a no-go area. Nobody wants to talk about it. But we must speak courage as this assembly and as people who speak for the community to speak truth to power and be able to ask our different partner states to enhance our governance capabilities so that we do not have to have the challenge of refugees and many other challenges that have been pointed out in this report. Right Honorable Speaker, there is also the issue of preventive diplomacy, which is contained in this report. We need to enhance the capability of the region in areas of preventive diplomacy. Soft power is very important for this community. The world is moving away from hard power and is moving into soft power. And soft power means that we need to invest in preventive diplomacy. Now, the committee has pointed out rightly that we have an ad hoc arrangement within the community to address matters of peace and security in the region, particularly when conflicts arise. There is the Committee of Eminent Persons. And I think beyond just the Committee of Eminent Persons, it has to be well structured. We need to look at structurally, where do we place this very important institution. It has to be domiciled somewhere so that it can be able to preempt. The best generals are those ones that don't fire anything, but they prevent war. So while Musamali was telling us here that Musamali told us that the best, can you rephrase that, Musamali? He said, if I could refer to what Musamali said initially, but anyway, what I'm trying to say here is that the best that can happen to this community is when we preempt and prevent the escalation of conflicts. While I'm still in that point, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to congratulate the Republic of Burundi, first for the lifting of sanctions by the US. And this brings me to what I have always said about this assembly and this community. This assembly and this community is notorious for remaining silent on matters that are as strategic as sanctions. And I think when there are sanctions on a partner state, it is not only the partner state that is responsible. This should be a collective position, and that EAC should begin to build the courage as a regional bloc to confront matters such as sanctions as a bloc and not leave it to exclusively a partner state. Burundi has suffered from that for so many years now, and I'm glad that the US has lifted sanctions, but we need to engage with the European Union to ensure that Burundi is lifted, the sanctions against Burundi is lifted, because Burundi has made progress I also would like to congratulate the Republic of Burundi and Rwanda for the gestures that so far is being done. If I'm to go by what Honorable Victor talked about here, the building of relations, friendly relations between our partner states is not a luxury. It's an important part of why we integrate. Therefore, this report is lacking in the courage to address the contemporary issues that the community is facing. One of it being the relationships between our different partner states. The elephant in the room that we are fearing to talk about is the relationship between the different partner states. Relationship between Uganda and Rwanda, relationship between Rwanda and Burundi. I think it is within our space as legislators, as people who speak for this community, to have the courage to confront and talk about them. Right Honorable Speaker, I would be so happy if Council would give us an up-to-date status of the levels of engagement in the direction of normalizing our relations between Uganda and Rwanda, between Rwanda and Burundi. Because we can't sit here and play the ostrich and imagine that the situation is as normal as it is. It is not normal and it is wrong. We are complicit to it by our silence. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to speak about the genocide ideology. I think the Honorable Order talked about it. I watched and listened to a very powerful video this week, and I don't know why it has coincided with this debate, in which one of the professors was saying that genocide doesn't just happen. Genocide is a culmination. It builds up and it climaxes. And if you read the history of genocide in many countries where genocide has happened, you will find that genocide begins with hate speech and it climaxes and people die. In our partner states, all of you know, on social media, it is there. There is hate speech. And we need to begin to deal with hate speech. And our partner states need to raise the red flag when they notice there is hate speech, because that is the kind of thing that facilitates. It is the software that drives hatred. Hatred is the software that drives genocide. So we need to deal with it. And the partner states need to make sure that they have capabilities to deal with hate speech. Right, Honorable Speaker, peace and security is not just a result of our military capabilities. Peace and security is broader. It is holistic. We have to address matters of peace and security through socioeconomic transformation of our region, enhancing trade, ensuring that we are creating opportunities for young people, making sure that we have the right infrastructure in place. So peace and security should not just be limited to building our might in terms of military or intelligence and so on and so on. It has to deal for us to enhance the other element of our well-being. Our economic well-being is as important as the defenses of our peace and security. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Order, Honorable George. Do I see a stranger in the house? Can the Sergeant at Arms guide the gentleman to the right place to sit, please? Please carry on, Honorable George.
Right, Honorable Speaker, this report rightfully points to strengthening our institutional capacities, and I think it is in the right direction. We need strong policy, we need strong legislative environment, we also need strong investment in other soft powers, including intelligence and so joint intelligence. And I want to congratulate the defense sector. It's one of the most integrated sector in the region. And I think there's a lot of learning that we need to take from the defense sector. Right, Honorable Speaker, finally, this community is as strong as its institutions. It is as strong as the people who drive it. The Council of Ministers needs to think deeper on how we strengthen this community. I have begun to see, and it has become something that some people are notorious of doing. There is something very simplistic that this community is notorious of doing. It makes recommendations that, you know, this piecemeal approach. In public policy, they call it kicking the can down the road. You are just you are fearing to solve a bigger question, a bigger problem, and you think that you can solve it by just piecemeal, do something small about it. The elephant that has been in this room for a long time is what the Honorable Akola said here before I took the mic. A mechanism for sustainably finance this community. This community cannot be financed by just 18 million shillings or 16 million shillings of EALA. Even if you remove the 16 million shillings and gave it to the community, it won't grow. So let's avoid simplifying much broader and strategic issues of this community and address the real issue. How do we as a community come out with a mechanism to finance? Because regional integration is no longer an option. It's a survival mechanism.
It's our defense, it's our insurance. So we can't just talk about it like we are talking about a domestic budget at home for a single family. We have to give it the thinking, the strategic thought, the depth that it requires, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable George. As I give the floor to Honorable Fatuma, I hope Council is taking note, particularly on the issue of sustainable financing. And I hope that there will be some response on what progress has been done in that area, because I think that's an area that has been mentioned a lot. And I'm personally aware out there that there was something going on with the central bank managers or from our partner states who are recently meeting to discuss this matter. And I thought they concluded on this matter last week. Probably we'll have some response from Council or the SG. Honorable Fatuma, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. First and foremost, I'm happy to see you on that chair. And it's my prayer that it will translate to a positive leadership. I want to also appreciate the work of the committee. The committee has done a great work in terms of looking at the progress made and challenges faced by EAC in implementing the regional peace and security strategy. Honorable Speaker, I think a committee has done good work, and they looked at all the systems, protocols, and any other mechanism that was put in place to implement the protocol. Honorable Chair, if you look at page 11 to 12, it clearly details the implementation of the strategy. And Chair, I was happy to see that D in that list of the implementation is arms collection and destruction. By 2011, EAC had registered over 170 small and lightweight weapons and 300 tons of explosive. And they have gathered and destroyed it. I think they have achieved great work. The other thing which attracted me to the implementation and the achievement is F, where it says legislation harmonization. And Chair, I think that is a very crucial efforts to harmonize EAC partner states in compliance with the Nairobi Protocol on small and lightweight weapons to facilitate harmonization of arms management legislation and ensure deterrent sentence. I think that's a good progress, and we must appreciate our partner states. They are making progress and they are sacrificing internal systems and legislation. Honorable Chair, if I take you back again, with all the gains up to J, that's recommendable. But one thing that has struck my attention is the observation of committee. The observation of committee on page 9 says the committee observed that despite the existence of EAC peace and security architecture, rapid intervention for conflict prevention, management, and peaceful resolution, when it has observed that the conclusion they are making, or the very strong observation they are making, is peaceful resolution of conflicts in the community is still lacking. Chair, that's an area we need to be very, very, worried about, because you can have systems, you can have protocol, you can have legislation, you can harmonize, but if your citizens are still fighting, if your neighbors are still fighting, if there is no response and there is no conflict resolution taking place, then I think those systems are in the shelves, and they are not helping our citizens. It really disturbed me when I read that part. And I think as legislators, we have witnessed in our fourth EALA where partner states, there is a serious tension, even trade stop, movement stop, goods stop, and we are finding it is normal. It's a normal, it's another country, it could be a problem, and it's not attracting the level of attention we need to have. I think that should waken us up. Yes, protocols and the other systems are good, but enforcing is also one of the areas. Chair, if we shy off from not resolving conflict, then we are likely to have an institution or a community that is a PR. And with this community is not for PR. It's a serious integration and widening of our integration. So Chair, I think the Council of Ministers, the conflict resolution is still absent in our communities, in our community. Partner states are fighting. There is a total breakage of delivery of goods and service. Our core integration area is trade. Our trade in some parts of our partner state have stopped. Even if today, when we are speaking now, I don't think between Uganda and Rwanda, trade has resumed. And I think we need to be candid enough to say that we have serious problems in terms of honest and committed conflict resolution. Honorable Chair, I want to move you to page 21, where it says, it gives 22, where it says, human trafficking, illegal migration, and smuggling on migrants in the region. And sometimes when you read reports or media, you see that there is serious smuggling between our partner states. Our partner states, some of the countries, there are routes to trafficking. And some of the victims are our own citizens. So I think we should be worried. Chair, I wanted to propose to the committee on the committee recommending to the council on a number of areas to improve or end human trafficking. And I felt that we should first single out countries where that are the destination of, and I think we should name them, the destination of human trafficking for our population, whether it's an internal East Africa community or beyond East Africa community. We should single out and say that we need to deter some of the auto-regulate employment of companies for jobs abroad, and list the companies that are notorious of smuggling, and they can be blacklisted or denied the permit. Yeah, although we want to create jobs, we don't want to create human suffering, and we are aiming to restore human dignity. Honorable Chair, the other recommendation could be is to put a recommendation urging council members, all our embassies should have a focal point or a policy to monitor and to respond to any complaints or a cry of human trafficking. Chair, my other one is on page 24. I have seen one which says 6.5, management of refugees. Chair, I want to, the committee gave a report as of March 2013 on the first paragraph. There were 9 million refugees and internally displaced persons in the region. Chair, the refugees and IDPs are different status. Refugees are people who have crossed their countries or their borders. So they have different status in terms of the international community or the Convention on Refugees. So the figures must be different. Then Chair, internally displaced people are within their country. So they have not crossed. They don't have the same status. So Chair, I think we should have different statistics or data separating refugees and IDPs, even the treatment and the responsibility of who is supposed to protect and who is supposed to resettle IDPs is different from refugees. So the status are different, the kind of assistance they need are totally different, so they should not be lumped together. They should be put it differently, and the recommendation should be specifically targeting for refugees and for internally displaced. Thank you, Chair. Chair, my last one is on disaster risk reduction management bill. I think there's a bill running around since 2013. Honorable Chair, I want to tell this House, Northern Kenya, where I come from, and Honorable Speaker, the current Speaker who is chairing this meeting comes from, is in a serious, serious drought. Livestock die, human beings and wild animals are dying because of drought, no water, no pasture, they are dying. But we have not seen the intervention of East Africa community. Our people, our country is struggling. We are also struggling to address the concerns of those drought areas. It is supposed to be an alert. It's a crisis moment. And I know it could be other parts of East Africa community have similar challenges, but I want to tell you the Northern Kenya, parts of Kenya is experiencing severe drought. We need your intervention. We need the voice of the minister. We need a recommendation specifically to support Kenya in this crisis, to target the communities of Northern Kenya, so that the country of Kenya as a partner state is given a support in this during moment. Chair, my last one is about terrorism. I want to condole with our partner state in Uganda, which has had recent attack. Chair, that clearly tells us we are all victims as partner states. This region is a victim. If today we are in one country, it looks safe, the next move could be is that country which is looking safe. Honorable Speaker, I think this community must take and prioritize the war against terrorism and provide support, a timely support, because when Uganda was attacked, the country economy almost got disrupted. We are only sending condolences, nothing else to Uganda. Uganda doesn't only need condolences, it needs intervention. And we should have resources that are earmarked for quick support and rapid assessment of terrorists. Terrorism is not attacks, and terrorist breed in our countries is not a small thing. These guys are well connected and well endowed. They are getting finances. We don't know where they're getting from. They might be even richer than the partner states, our partner states. So what we need is a serious intervention to support any partner state which has been affected. Thank you, and I want to congratulate the committee for this report and giving us a good report to look at the implementation level. Could be the other thing, Chair, I would have added. The committee should have moved a little higher and said that our level of implementation on this, is it 5% or 2% or 10% or 100%? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Fatuma, for that presentation. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of the list of members who I had picked to speak to this matter or who had expressed interest in speaking to this debate. And at this juncture, I would now like to pass the
to call on Chair Council to now to give a response to this particular report and the debate that has ensued.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate you on your election to lead this plenary. I know that is a very high and blessed seat. So I believe this is a very good opportunity for you, Right Honorable Speaker, during these few hours to continue participating in making our community move forward and become the most performing community in Africa and across the world. Secondly, allow me to pass my condolences to the people of Uganda and the government of Uganda. It was very sad to hear what happened, the terrorist attack. In fact, this is the essence of the report we have received today. We need to continue working together so that such threats may be reduced. I know to end with them completely, it may be difficult because this is a continuing, a perpetual fight, if I can say, but we need to deploy every effort that is needed so that we may be able to contain these terrorists. Yesterday, it happened in Uganda, but tomorrow it may happen in another country, as it happened in other countries of our community, like Kenya and other countries. So let us, Right Honorable Speaker, continue to work together so that we may deal with this pandemic, if I can say. Right Honorable Speaker, I am here representing the council. The chair of the council, he called me, and now I want to speak on his behalf. So he asked me to represent the council. Therefore, I was here. I have heard about the report which was presented. And Mr. Speaker, let me, on behalf of the council, reiterate that we join our hands together to work on this peace and security issue. We know very well that peace and security These are the foundation of development of each country. Without peace, without security, there is no development. We have examples of countries that were rich, that were highly developed. Today, we have an example of Somalia. If I can recall, once upon a time, we used to hear that Somalia was a very developed country in Africa. And some of our leaders, they went to study there in Somalia. But today, you can see how Somalia is. Very recently, we have an example of Libya. Libya, we pray that God may help Libya rise again. But you see, what happened in Libya, it was really a country that was developing, but today, what is happening there, you know, it's really horrible. It's horrible. Why? Because peace and security is no longer there. So as a community, we need to work hard so that we may keep these two items, peace and security, so that we may continue to develop our community. Right, Honorable Chair, in our East African region, we are making good steps towards strengthening, if I can say improving, peace and security in our region. I want to recall the steps that have been made, and these steps were not mentioned in the report, but some of our members of parliament have mentioned them. I want to recall that Burundi made effort to help Rwanda when the terrorists who were preparing to attack Rwanda were arrested, and they were handed over to Rwanda 2 times. 2 times. This is a very good progress we are making. And Rwanda, they handed over terrorists who attacked Burundi. This is a very good gesture that they made. I want to thank the heads of state in our community. You know, the United Republic of Tanzania, President, Her Excellency President Samia Suluhu, she called upon European Union to remove the sanctions that were imposed on Burundi. Not only her, President of Kenya, His Excellency Kenyatta, he went even far as the chair of the summit. He went in the European Union to ask the European Union to remove these sanctions. President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, he did so. All the heads of state of our community, they are working hard to help Burundi so that these sanctions that were illegally imposed on Burundi may be removed. This shows that as a community, we are moving together. We are moving together. I want to really encourage each and everybody so that this spirit may last for long. This is the spirit that will help our community to move forward and to become very strong as a community. Right, Honorable, concerning the report on the progress made and the challenges faced by the EAC in implementing the regional and peace strategy, on behalf of the Council, allow me to commend the Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution. The progress made was well presented and the challenges faced have been clearly assessed. The recommendations you made, I want to assure you that as a member of the Council, I have received them on behalf of the Council. And the Chair of the Council on behalf of them. Honorable Chair, I promise that the Council will deeply analyze the recommendations with a spirit to ensure that peace and security become a reality in our East African region. All the decisions that will be taken by the Council will ensure that we fight effectively any kind of trafficking, including human and drug trafficking. The Council does not want no more to hear about committing genocide in our region. The Council needs to hear that refugees are well treated wherever they are, but also that refugees are not facilitated to become a threat to their country of origin. Cattle wrestling must be dealt with. I know it is not an easy battle. I know, but we must do something. We must. Motor vehicle theft must be dealt with. And this reflected in this report. Good governance must be a reality in our region. Honorable members, every contribution you made, be assured that we were listening and paid attention to your written and verbal recommendations. We will do everything to sit and deal with the report. We thank you so much. I submit, right, Honorable Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Council Chair. I don't know if, Madam, you have something to add on to this matter. Honorable Kadar.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and the members. I associate myself with the submission of the Acting Chair of Council. I just wanted to add that on the question of sustainable financing, we are due to convene the Ordinary Council on Monday. This is one of the issues that we are going to handle.
The officials have been handling it, and the ministerial committee completed its work about 10 days ago. So it's something we are handling. Then concerning the issue of the trafficking, there was a matter mentioned by one of the members that the embassy should have focal points. But I just wanted to appeal to the members of the House to encourage the citizens of their countries, wherever they are, to report their presence in the country, whether they went there legally or illegally, because frequently the embassies do not know who is in the country. They only learn to hear when someone has fallen into problems. So I want to encourage our citizens of East Africa to inform the embassies where they are, and then help would follow in that way. But as agreed, we are going to take the resolutions and the recommendations, and we shall come back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Waziri. Now I want to call upon the chair of the committee to reply.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. At the onset, I would like to thank all the members and also members of the council for really doing justice to the report. You've not only enriched the report, but you've given us candid and very proactive recommendations that I think will not only feature in the report, but will help our committee refocus on certain key issues in the area of peace and security. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to go question by question, and I want to thank the council chair and Right Honorable Kadaga, the council chair from Uganda, for having responded to most of the questions. Issues related to funding. This is a serious challenge for the department that is in charge of peace and security. They've committed that they are going to look into it, because as honorable members raised, it's unacceptable for us to relegate the important sector of peace and security to our partners. Yes, it's good to have partners, but partners contributing over 85% to this docket, and we are only left with 15%, the seed fund of 500,000 is unacceptable. And we all agree in our statements, every member has raised it, also the council members, that peace and security are prerequisite for political and socioeconomic development. We can never talk about sustainable integration if peace and security is lacking in our community. So it's just like the air that we breathe. It's the heartbeat of the community. And therefore we have to put the resources where our interests are. So really I want to urge the council. I know we are planning for next budget, look at the priorities, and then see how you can give justice to this department. Same applies to the issue of understaffing. It's a cross-cutting issue, you know, we are looking at it, but try to prioritize it, because you cannot have a docket of peace and security that is touching the core mandate of our treaty, and then it has only 4 staff, and most of these staff are funded by the projects from 2008-20 up to now. So it means once the project stops, even this staff will go back, and then you don't have anyone. So this issue have been echoed. So I just wanted to emphasize and request the council really to look into this matter. We know there are competing interests, but at least peace and security, docket and good governance have to be given a priority. The other issues, honorable members also raised various issues that you view are threats to peace. The issue of cattle rustling was raised many times by many speakers. It's an issue, and it is touching to more than one country. there is a triangle when it comes to this cattle rustling. And there was specific recommendation for the committee to consider even having an activity towards this in future. So we take this recommendation. The issue of terrorism has also been raised by many members, and we all condoled with the Republic of Uganda for the unfortunate heinous attack, terrorism attack that cost lives, and we all stood in solidarity with the Republic of Uganda. But it's an eye-opener that terrorism is a threat to our region. It's a threat in Kenya, it's a threat in Uganda. Somalia is a part of us, it's in the eastern part of East Africa. And therefore, although the strategy is very clear with clear strategies, but I think the interstate security and our council should look at the strategies in fight against terrorism to see how you can strengthen the fight. And you all agree that there is need for solidarity and concerted efforts. Same applies to the issue of fighting genocide, prevention of genocide. And as Honorable Oda and other speakers, Honorable Akol and Honorable George Odong said, it starts as an ideology. It's not a one-day event. It's a process, and hate is taught for a long time. It has roots. And even when it comes to fighting genocide, scholars of genocide tell us that there are 8 stages of genocide preparation. So to the extent where you have a genocide, that is the 7th stage. Right now we're in the 8th stage, even when genocide was stopped in Rwanda, genocide against Tutsi, it means now we are in what is called the fight against genocide denial. Those who committed genocide are now denying it, and they are very strong. They have a network of researchers, prominent scholars. They have some countries that support them, powerful countries. They have the best media supporting them. And therefore, it means if we do not stand as a community, the deniers of genocide at one time might succeed if we are silent, and we don't want it to recur again. But you remember when the genocide against the Jews happened, the world said never again. But a few years we had genocide against Rwanda, so we don't want to say never again for the sake of it. But I think these are threats to peace and security. I don't want to go into details, but some members have come up with amendments, and I want to take note of all these amendments. The issue of sanctions against Burundi, Honorable Minister eloquently talked about it. The need for countries in the region to continue strengthening neighbor relations. Again, it was raised. We commend the government of Rwanda and the government of Burundi for the steps taken so far in reviving their diplomatic relations. And we hope that all the security concerns or other matters will be resolved along that. But as also raised by Honorable Odong, we still have other unfinished businesses, the relations between Uganda and Rwanda and others. I think I'm happy that the council is listening. These are matters of the council, they are matters of policy, and we hope they will take care of them so that we can have a stable community. Right, Honorable Speaker, there were issues related to the assent of bills. There were 2 bills, mainly one on disaster management of 2013. All these are private member bills. And then there is also another bill on trafficking. And we note that these bills are very important. The issue of human trafficking has been raised by many speakers as an evil that has to be eradicated. We need to destroy the networks, but we need to raise awareness among our people. And more strategies have to be taken. But I think what the council can assist is to fast track the assent of these two important bills. The issue of refugee policy, I remember this Committee on Regional Affairs, there's a time we had an oversight mission and we had a refugee policy, we discussed about refugee policy. It's been long overdue in a draft. So we call upon the council to fast track the finalization of regional refugee policy. Same applies to the good governance policy. This is also an issue that has to be fast tracked. So there were some concrete recommendations by members. And maybe I request the council to maybe respond to one issue that was raised by Honorable Musamari. I don't think I have the competence to talk about it. He was recommending that we need to establish an East African standby force that is independent from the established IGAD. So this one, I think the council can say something about it. The other recommendation was respective partner states to disarm their armed non-combatant countries. This was in relation to cattle rustling. I think this one, we can take care of it, but be very clear that it is related to cattle rustling. There was some amendment made by Honorable Dr. Woda on the issue, and this was also raised by Honorable Jean-Claude, try to analyze the root cause of human trafficking. And one of the challenges was the issue of youth unemployment. And she was recommending that the community has to avail job opportunities to the youth in the EAC region. I think this is a recommendation that we can take in addition to other recommendations. Honorable Oda also proposed an amendment. It's a recommendation again, that the Council of Ministers should come up with specific strategy on prevention and management of genocide in the region. Then there was another recommendation by Honorable Dr. Rugema. Given the foregoing observation on COVID-19 pandemic, it is plausible that in its context be discussed and incorporated on peace, security, crime and terrorism prevention by the RACR committee. So these are some of the amendments. And I want to say that apart from the other one, I referred to the council. The rest, we are going to take them as a committee. Then the final comment was from Honorable Jean-Claude. He was advising that we delete some aspects of the report, especially where we are talking about some countries in the eastern part of the community, Eastern Africa, like Somalia, Ethiopia, as countries that have serious security challenges. But you know, most of these countries are part of IGAD, and most of our partner states are also part of IGAD, I think. And then the nature of some of these challenges that were highlighted in the regional peace strategy, like human trafficking, the issue of piracy, the issue of drugs, the issue of terrorism. It doesn't have boundaries. And therefore, it's important that we flag out some of those red areas so that we know what we are dealing with. And when you come up with strategies, we come up with concerted strategies. I'll give you a concrete example. Like, for example, we have the Nairobi Protocol on issues of small arms and light weapons. This protocol was ratified by around 11 countries. Many of them are in the Horn of Africa, but some of the security concerns that we are working on that have got transnational character, we need to work together to be able to deal with the source, to be able to deal with the transit. And therefore the committee felt that it's in order to write it the way it is. We did not exaggerate anything. In Somalia, we have many of East African peacekeepers. So these are really matters that are close to East Africa, and therefore it's in order that we discuss them. The issue, finally, the issues that Honorable Karinda raised, it was basically on format, and we want to take it. We know he's a professor, so we are guided and we shall work on it. It makes sense. Honorable Dr. Anito, the issue of expanding the program on issues like the anti-money laundering and other programs that are highlighted but without concrete action. I think this is a recommendation that we shall take. So, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, with those remarks, many of your comments were really additions. It was value addition to our conversation, to our report, and we've taken it seriously. We shall work on it. The rest has been taken by the council. So allow me to recognize members who made contribution to the debate. Honorable Dr. Ubur, Honorable Dr. Rugema, Honorable Victor Burikukie, Honorable Oda, Honorable Jacques-Claude, Honorable Dr. Woda, Honorable Dr. Anne, Honorable Jean-Marie, Honorable Dr. Kalinda, Honorable Thomas Dut, Honorable Francoise, Honorable Gabriel Alak, Honorable Christopher, Honorable Paul Musamali, Honorable Rosa Cole, Honorable George Odong, Honorable Fatuma Ibrahim. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Now, honorable members, I wish to put the question that the report of the Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution on the implementation of the EAC Peace and Security Strategy be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Item number 3 on the paper, the East African Community Integrity and Anti-Corruption Bill, second reading. Resumption of business interrupted on 17th February 2021.
Honorable members, at the time the business was interrupted, the debate on the bill was concluded and the chairperson of the committee had responded to issues raised by the honorable members. The House directed the committee to work with the Office of the Council to the community to formulate an amendment to provide for the circumstances of reporting in situations where the Secretary General is suspected to be involved in cases of corruption or corrupt practices. Therefore, the chairperson will present the report on the specific issues directed by the House, and thereafter we will proceed to the next stage. I believe this is a very brief report. Remember, we had earlier said that we will conclude business by 4:30. So I want to direct the chairperson, Honorable Fatuma, to now present this report and see how long that takes us, after which we can then go to the next stage. Honorable Chairperson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The report of the Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution on the amendments referred to it by the House on the East African Community Integrity and Anti-Corruption Bill 2019. Page 3, 1.0 Introduction. The East African Integrity and Anti-Corruption Bill 2019 was introduced in the Assembly as a private member's bill and was read for the first time on the 27th February 2019. In accordance with Rule 66, Sub-Rule 4 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, it was referred to the Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution for scrutiny, analysis, and report therefrom. The bill was one of the bills saved by Fourth Assembly under Rule 94 as part of the business that was pending at the lapse of the Third Assembly, which the Assembly wished to continue with. Objectives of the bill are to promote integrity and ethical values within organs and institutions of the community, strengthen the legal framework for preventing and combating corruption within the organs and institutions of the community, provide a framework for preventing and combating corruption in the community, provide for cooperation by the national anti-corruption agencies in preventing and combating corruption, and to provide for related matters. The report on EAC Integrity and Anti-Corruption Bill 2019 was presented to the House on the 17th February 2021. As you may recall, during the debate, a concern was raised that mechanisms and the modus operandi for reporting instances in case the Secretary General is alleged to be involved in corruption had not been provided for in the bill. It is against that background that the Speaker directed the committee to work with the Office of the Counsel to the Community CTC and propose amendments that provide for reporting in situations where the Secretary General is suspected to be involved in corruption or corrupt practices. In its deliberations, the committee was guided by Rule 67, Section 2, 68, 3, and Annex E1 of the Rules of Procedure, and Articles 14, 49, and 67 of the treaty. 2.0 on methodology. In the processing of the amendment, the committee interacted with the Counsel to the Community, CTC, and the principal legislative draftsman, PLD, upon whose legal guidance formed the basis of this report. 3.0 observations and recommendations. The committee observed that whereas legislation pertaining to corruption can be diverse and widespread, no single law can be used to fight it. The Office of the Secretary General, as provided for under Article 67(3)(b), places him or her as the principal executive officer of the community and chief accounting officer. The statutory position makes him or her to be in charge of resources as remitted by the partner states and the development partners, and as appropriated by the Assembly. The above circumstances obligate the holder of the office to possess the highest moral and ethical standards, excluding the Secretary General as the Chief Accounting Officer of the community from being held accountable in cases of involvement in corruption, would render the bill ineffective and difficult to enforce. The committee recommends to the Assembly that reporting about alleged corruption by the Secretary General be made to the Council by any person, since under the Treaty and Regulations 8 of the Financial Rules and Regulations, the Secretary General is responsible and accountable to the Council. 4.0, conclusion. The proposed amendments have been carefully studied and provide a framework for bringing to book the Secretary General in instances where corruption is involved. The committee recommends that the bill be passed into law, subject to the proposed schedule of amendments. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable members, I now wish to put the question. That the East African Community Integrity and Anti-Corruption Bill 2019 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
The East African Community Integrity and Anti-Corruption Bill 2019. Bill committee stage.
Honorable members, let's now go through this stage of the bill making process. It's, as you know, something we've done before many times. I must admit that I have done it from that side, but not this side before. So bear with me in case you find the process a bit slow. We, as I rightfully said earlier, I feel a very competent student with Honorable Kadaga in the room. Any time, I am sure that any corrections will come at any stage. So I feel I have a lot of confidence, madam. So honorable members, let's proceed now. We will now look at the bill. What I'll do is, as usual, as we have normally done, we will adopt the clause by clause from clause 1 to clause 18. Therefore, I'll propose the question for a clause, and then we'll do what we have normally done. We therefore start. Okay. Yeah. So the clerk will announce, then we'll do the needful.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Honorable Chairperson of the committee.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The committee proposes that clause 1, page 3, we make an amendment as follows. That we delete 2019 and insert 2021. Justification is for the correct year in which the bill is considered. Clause, maybe that's the first.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I now put the question that clause 1 as amended be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question. I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Chairperson of the committee.
Right Honorable Speaker, the committee proposes that clause 2, clause 3, page 4 in the definition of business, that you delete the words "the community."
That's not clause 2. Clause 2 is actually not being amended, Honorable Chair. That's clause 3 you are addressing.
sorry,
We will
this
get
is
there.
clause 3.
We will get there. Honorable members, there being no amendment proposed, I now put the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Chairperson of the committee.
Right Honorable Speaker, the committee proposes that clause 3, page 4, that we make an amendment on clause 3 as follows, that page 4 in the definition of business, delete the words "the community" and "all partner states" or elsewhere appearing in line 4, and insert the words "all outside the community." Justification: to remove the ambiguity of providing for business carried out elsewhere by specifying and streamlining that the definition of business covers all business carried out within and outside the community. Page 6, definition of National Anti-Corruption Agency. Immediately before the word institution, insert the word national. Justification: to clarify and specify that the institution referred to in this case is the lead national institution, since in some partner states, there are several institutions dealing with corruption. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Chairperson. I now put the question that clause 3 as amended be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Clarification. Clarification.
Yes, Honorable Jean-Claude.
I don't know if it's me who didn't follow well, but there is also some amendment on the next page, on the same clause, page 2 of the report of the schedule of amendments.
No, the proposed amendments are as read by the chair on that particular clause 3. We are addressing clause 3.
Yes, or what I'm saying is that on the next page of the schedule of commitment, of the schedule of amendments, there is also some further amendments on clause 3.
Chair for the committee.
Honorable Speaker, the next one will be, we would only have comment again on clause 6.
Correct.
So I think you are in order, Honorable Jean-Claude.
Correct. Okay. I put the question, I now put the question that clause 3 as amended be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I propose the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I propose the question that clause 6 be part of the bill. Chairperson of the committee.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. So Right Honorable Chair, sorry, thank you, Honorable Chair. The committee proposes an amendment that on clause 6(1), page 9, A, in paragraph A, immediately after the word conduct, insert the words or its equivalent. Justification: to provide for other certificates issued by appropriate authorities in some partner states, which are not necessarily referred to as certificates of good conduct, but which serve the same purpose. B, in paragraph B, immediately after the word any, insert the word formal. Justification: to specify that only proceedings which have been formally instituted against a person may be considered during due diligence. To exclude any action by a supervisor or employer which is day-to-day supervision, but which does not result in formal disciplinary proceedings.
Okay, I put the question that clause 6 as amended by the committee be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Chairperson of the committee, I now call upon you to propose the amendment on part 4. The title that.
Honorable Chairperson, part 4, page 10, the committee proposes an amendment as follows. Delete heading of part 4 and insert the following. Part 4, acts of corruption, corruption and corrupt practices. Justification: to accurately reflect the provisions of part 4 of the bill. I submit. Right, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable members, I now put the question that part 4 as amended, the title of part 4 as amended by the committee be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I propose a question that clause 7 be part of the bill. Chairperson of the committee.
Right, Honorable Chair, the committee proposes an amendment to clause 7, paragraph D, page 10. Delete the word part and insert the word party. Justification: for clarity, to complete the reference to third party as intended by the paragraph. Paragraph 1, page 12, immediately after the word fraudulent, insert the word acquisition. Justification: to expressly include the fraudulent acquisition of property as an act of corruption. I submit.
Thank you, Chairperson. I now put the question that clause 7 as amended by the committee be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I now propose a question that clause 8 be part of the bill. Chairperson of the committee. Don't worry, Honorable Fatima. I'm also equally briefed, so I see you raising your hand every time. I know what you are supposed to amend. You have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. The committee proposes an amendment to clause 8B, page 12. Immediately after the word personal, insert the word gain. Justification: to complete the provision. Clause, yes, I think that's it.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 8 as amended by the committee be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I propose the question that clause 9 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Right, Honorable Chair. The committee proposes an amendment to clause 9 to page 13. Immediately before the word dollars, insert the words United States. Justification to specify and clarify the currency to accord with Article 132, subclause 6 of the treaty.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 9 as amended by the committee be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
I propose the question that clause 10 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. The committee proposes an amendment to clause 10, page 14. No, page, sorry, the committee proposes an amendment to clause 10, page 14. And I think there is a small mistake, Honorable Chair, because I find amendment to 7, clause 9 and clause 10, they are the same. I think
It's probably because you've also mentioned the United States dollars in that clause as well.
yes. I think it's we can skip that if you allow.
Just confirm that. Yes. The amendment is in order. Under clause 10F, you've also mentioned thousands of dollars. So now you are putting United States dollars.
So thank you, Right Honorable Chair. So in the penalty, that is clause 10, page 14, in the penalty immediately before the word dollars, insert the words United States, justification to specify and clarify the currency to accord with Article 132, clause 6 of the treaty. I submit.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 10 of the bill as amended by the committee be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
I propose the question that clause 11 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Clause 11, page 15. The committee has an amendment as follows. In the penalty immediately before the word dollars, insert the words United States. Justification to specify and clarify the currency in accordance with Article 132, clause 6 of the treaty. I submit.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 11, as amended by the committee, be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Chairperson, please do or for part 6 what you did to part 4 as well, the amendment to the title.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chairperson. The committee proposes an amendment to part 4, part 6, page 15. Delete heading of part 6 and insert the following. Part 6, reporting and investigation of corruption and corrupt practices. Justification to accurately reflect the provisions of part 6 of the bill. I submit, Chair.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the title for part 6 as amended by the committee be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
I propose the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chairperson. The committee proposes an amendment to clause 12, page 15, delete subclause 1 and insert the following. 1, the Secretary General or head of an organ or institution of the community shall within 3 months report any suspect act of corruption or corrupt practice to the National Anti-Corruption Agency in the partner state where the organ or institution is based. The person alleged to have committed the act or practice is located or where the act of corruption or corrupt practice occurs. Justification: to provide for reporting of the alleged act of corruption as soon as possible after it has been identified or brought to the attention of the Secretary General of the head of an organ or institution. 2, to broaden and widen the reporting to include the national agency of the partner state where the person alleged to have committed the act or corruption is located, which may be different from where the organ or institution is located. I submit, Right Honorable.
Please conclude on all of them. There is D, there is just on that particular clause 12. Go all the way to the amendment to clause on page 16. So
Page
we do
16,
12.
we propose an amendment as follows. Immediately after subclause 1, insert the new subclauses as follows. 1A, notwithstanding subsection 1, any person may report to a National Anti-Corruption Agency any act of corruption or corrupt practice committed within a partner state. 1B, for the purposes of subsection 1, a report about alleged corruption by the Secretary General may be made to the Council by any person. Justification: to empower every East African and residents within the community to report act of corruption and corrupt practices, in addition to and notwithstanding the responsibility of the Secretary General and the heads of organs and institutions of the community. 2, to provide for reports alleging corruption by the Secretary General to be made to the Council of Ministers, since under the treaty and Regulation 8 of the Financial Rules and Regulations, the Secretary General is responsible and accountable to the Council. C, page 16, in subclause 2, delete the words, the head of every organ or institution of the community shall develop and publish, and insert the words, the Secretary General shall within 1 year from commencement of this act develop and present to the Assembly. Justification: to require the Secretary General as the principal executive officer of the community to develop mechanisms for reporting corruption and corrupt practices and centralize programs for creating awareness which shall be applicable to all organs and institutions of the community. 2, to provide for the Secretary General to present to the Assembly the developed mechanisms in order for the Assembly to scrutinize them and ascertain that they comply and effectively address reporting and creating awareness about corruption. D, page 16, immediately after subclause 2, insert the following new subclause. 3, the Council shall at least once every year submit a report to the Assembly on the measures and programs taken to prevent and combat corruption in the community, including the number of reports made to national anti-corruption agencies and any action taken in respect of any report. Justification: to require the council to submit annual reports to the assembly on the specific measures taken by the council in each year to prevent and combat corruption within the community. I submit, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Madam. Now, honorable members, I put the question that clause 12 as amended by the committee be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
Now, I need your attention, honorable members. We're going to move from clause 13, I think, to clause 15. I propose a question that clause 13 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 13 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
I propose the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I propose the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. Chair of the committee.
Right Honorable Chairperson. The committee made an amendment, proposed an amendment, clause 15, subclause 2E, page 18. Immediately after the word tracing, insert the word freezing. Justification: to include and specifically provide for freezing as one of the areas where the national anti-corruption agencies may cooperate in the prevention and combating of corruption. I submit.
Now, honorable members, I put the question that clause 15 as amended by the committee be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Chairperson, part 8, the title now there, you also have some amendment on the title.
Thank you, Right Honorable. The committee proposed an amendment on part 8, page 18. Delete heading to part 8 and insert the following. Part 8, recovery, freezing, and confiscation of proceeds of corruption. Justification: to accurately reflect the provisions of part 8, clauses 16 and 17. 14, clause 16, page 18. Sorry.
That's there. There. Honorable members, I now put the question that the title for part 8 be amended as proposed, be part of the bill as amended by the committee. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Chairperson, please proceed. Sorry.
Clause 16.
I propose the question that clause 16 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Thank you, Right Honorable. The committee proposes that that clause 16, page 18 be amended, delete the word may and insert the word shall. Justification: to make it mandatory for a court which convicts a person for an offense of corruption to also make an order requiring the person to pay back to the community any money lost by the community through the corrupt act or practice. I submit.
Very well, honorable members. I put the question that clause 16 as amended by the committee be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
I propose a question that clause 17 be part of the bill. Chairperson of the committee.
Thank you, Right Honorable. The committee proposes to make an amendment on clause 17, page 18. Delete clause 17 and insert the following. 17, freezing and confiscating proceeds of corruption. Where a court or other appropriate authority is satisfied that any property is derived or obtained from corruption, the court or other appropriate authority shall, on the application of a national anti-corruption agency, order for freezing, confiscation, or seizure of the property until the determination of any proceedings relating to the proprietor or the property, or until otherwise directed by the court or that appropriate authority. Justification: to provide for other appropriate authorities where they are authorized to make freezing, seizure, or confiscation orders. 2, to make it mandatory for the court to make an order for seizure, freezing, or confiscation of the property whenever the court or the appropriate authority is satisfied that the property is derived from corruption. I submit, Honorable Chair.
Very well. I now put the question that clause 17 as amended by the committee be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Chairperson of the committee, please proceed to insert this new part 9.
Right, Honorable, the committee proposes that page 18, immediately after clause 17, insert a new heading as follows. Part 9, general justification, to separate clauses 16 and 17 on recovery, freezing and confiscation of proceeds of corruption from the provision or jurisdiction, clause 18. I submit.
Very well. As honorable members, new title general being introduced, I put the question that the new title, part 9, general, as proposed by the committee, be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 18.
I propose a question that clause 18 be part of the bill. Chairperson of the committee.
Thank you, Right Honorable. The committee proposes that clause 18, page 19, be amended. Delete the words penal code, criminal procedure code, and any other act, and insert the word laws. Justification: to remove the specificity, the applicable and appropriate laws of the partner state will apply without specifying the titles of those laws. The applicable laws may not necessarily be referred to or entitled as such in all the partner states. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question.
Chair, clarification, if you would allow.
Yes. Before I put the question, yes.
Yes. I want to imagine from the reading of that particular clause that the intention is to provide for people who break this law to be tried. Now, and since we do not have a regional criminal, I guess, penal code, for lack of a better word, is it not possible to specify that the individuals who break this law shall be then tried in their partner state under the specific law? I submit, Chair.
Unless I'm reading otherwise, that's what the bill proposes actually, isn't it? Honorable Chair of the committee, you want to comment on this? Because I'm reading that under clause 18.
Yes, Right Honorable. The bill clearly proposes that under 18, because we realize that the East African Court of Justice does not have competence to deal with matters of criminal nature. And then the bill will now empower national competent anti-corruption agencies in the countries to try to investigate and also deal with matters of corruption. So all this title refers to the national jurisdiction. It's not the East African Court of Justice.
Okay, Honorable Ken, do I still see your hand up? You have further clarification to seek. Please do so.
Yeah, I think it needs to be clear because well, we may empower the East African courts, for example, to carry out this mandate, but as we're all aware, we come from partner states. So I'd really want it to be clear so that we don't run into jurisdiction problems from issues of sovereign states.
Honorable Ken, if I read clause 18, which under current jurisdiction of partner state reads, any act which constitutes an offense under this act shall be triable in the partner state in which the offense is alleged to have been committed or any other partner state. Is there any further clarity on this matter that's needed?
Maybe, Chair, if you allow, I can just draft some amendment and share with the Chair.
Fortunately, where we are now at this stage, the House will vote on the proposal by the chairperson.
Okay.
We're just about to vote on that, and once we do, it's closed.
Okay, then in that case, maybe we can capture, let me just read it verbatim. Any act that which constitutes an offense under this act shall be triable in the partner states in which the offense is alleged to have been committed or any other partner state where the individual is, you call it resident, is a citizen. I think that will take care of everything.
Excuse me, Chair.
This unfortunately, Honorable Ken, should have come at the stage when the amendments were being proposed to this particular bill. For now, what has been proposed by the committee is what will carry and will be voted on. But if once and this bill is ascended to, in future, if you have a proposed amendments to do, there's always an opportunity to amend this bill in the future. Okay.
Clarification, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Jean-Claude.
It's also related to this particular clause 18. I just wanted to know if the issue of immunity, because those the staff of East African Community have immunity. Do they lose immunity immediately when they are being tried, or when there is a case of corruption about them?
Chairperson, you want to comment on that?
I cannot specify exactly where it is in the bill, but that is one that is catered for. The Secretary General is empowered to come up within a period of 1 year to come up with a list of conditions of how immunity is waived. So it is catered for.
Okay, great. Now we will proceed to vote on this clause. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 18 as amended by the committee be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
The long title.
I propose the question that the long title be part of the bill. Chair, you have a proposal. Chair, you have a proposal on that. You want to address that before I put the question?
Right Honorable Chairperson. Maybe I also wanted to be clear on the issue of immunity that, you know, when it is passed, when the bill is passed at the level of the assembly.
Can we address this particular amendment
Okay.
first?
Sawa,
please?
sawa. So should I go to the long title?
Yes, now I'm just about to put the question on the long title. Before I
Okay.
do that, please address the issue of your amendments as proposed.
Okay, Right Honorable Chair, I propose the committee's amendment on clause 18, page 19. But I had finished with the penal code and criminal code and then other act, insert the word laws and the justification to remove the specificity.
Is that the one? No, not that one.
This one has been,
Long title on page 3.
okay, long
Where you're
title,
saying you have to
yes.
provide for.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable. Long title on page 3, the committee proposes as follows. Insert to provide for freezing, confiscating and recovery of proceeds of corruption. Justification to specifically include the provisions of part 8 in the long title. I submit.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question that the long title as amended by the committee be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
The title.
I propose the question that the title be part of the bill. I now put the question that the title be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Chair of the committee.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chairperson. I propose that the House I propose to move a motion that the House be resumed.
I put the question that the House do resume. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the committee of the whole House.
Chairperson of the Committee of Regional Affairs.
I propose to move a motion that the report of the committee of the whole House be adopted.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Chairperson, Right Honorable Speaker, there is an issue of adoption of the report of the committee of the whole House.
Chairperson of the committee.
Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to move a motion that the report of the committee of the whole House be adopted. I beg to move.
Very well, honorable members. I propose a motion and put the question that the report of the committee of the whole House be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Item number 5 on the order paper, the East African Community Integrity and Anti-Corruption Bill 2019, third reading.
Madam, you want to correct us, please?
I think you need to put the question that the bill be read for a third time and do pass. And take a vote.
Okay, I think we are coming to that. Now the chairperson of the committee. That the East African
Right,
Community
Honorable.
Integrity, or the Honorable Chairperson,
Yes.
that the East African Community Integrity and Anti-Corruption Bill 2019 be read for the third time. I think it's 2021 now. And for the third time and do pass. Chairperson of the committee.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to move the motion that the East African Community Integrity and Anti-Corruption Bill 2019 be read for the third time and do pass.
Yeah. Now you need seconders to that motion. Good. So there's a comment from Dr. Rijema, from Honorable Victor, Honorable Thomas Dut, Honorable Jean-Claude, Honorable Dr. Aneto, and Honorable Alex, and all the other members. Very well. I now propose the question that the East African Community Integrity and Anti-Corruption Bill 2021 now, be 2019, because we've amended it now, 2021, be read the third time and do pass. Those, now I put the question that the East African Community Integrity and Anti-Corruption Bill 2021 be read for the third time and do pass. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
An act of the community to promote integrity and ethical values within the organs and institutions of the community, to strengthen the legal framework for preventing and combating corruption in the community, to provide for freezing, confiscating, and recovery of proceeds of corruption, to provide for cooperation by the national anti-corruption agencies in preventing and combating corruption, and to provide for the related matters.
I now declare that the East African Community Integrity and Anti-Corruption Bill 2021 has been successfully passed by this Assembly. Congratulations to the committee and the whole House for the passage of this bill. This is a very, very important bill, honorable members. I think this House has sought the passage of this bill for a very long time, and I think this is a historic moment for this bill to have come into reality. So congratulations to the committee, to all of you honorable members for the input in the process of this bill. I know for a long time this House labored on what to do with officers who are found culpable of misuse of, among other things, funds of the community and all that. You now have a bill that addresses those kind of things. Congratulations to you all, and congratulations very much to Madam Chair for having led your committee into this historic moment. Next order, please. Thank you. Then we will. Very well, honorable members. I think in the beginning of this afternoon session, I had made a communication that because of the other obligation which we have to go into, this is where we will end for today.
The next item on the order paper, which was the motion seeking leave of the Assembly to introduce a bill to promote the preservation and promotion of the diverse culture heritage of the community by Honorable Francois Umkiza, will be in the order paper for tomorrow. And that basically means that we now come to the end of today, which then means that I will adjourn the House until Wednesday, November 24th, 2021 at 2:30 p.m. The House is adjourned.